Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the 7th Global Conference on Climate and SDGs Synergies. We are delighted to welcome all participants joining us here at this beautiful venue at the Conference Center in Bangkok, as well as those participating online through the website of the conference. We are honored to begin this morning's program with opening remarks from the co-conveners. I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Daniele Violetti, Senior Director for Programs Coordination at the UN Climate Change Secretariat, to deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning, all excellencies, distinguished ministers, head of delegations, colleagues from across the United Nations system, representative of the civil society, the private sector, youth, and indigenous people. Welcome to Bangkok for the 7th Global Conference on Climate and SDGs Synergies. Let me start on behalf of the new SCC Secretariat, first of all, to thank our colleagues from UN ESCAP, represented here by the Deputy Secretary Lin Yang, for their close collaboration and make it possible to have this conference here. Much appreciated, thank you. And of course, recognizing also the representative of the Thai government being with us, and we're thankful for that as well. This conference is convened by the UNSCC Secretariat and UN DESA, a partnership that embodies in an institutional form the integration we are here to advance. The evidence is unambiguous. 2025 was one of the 3 warmest years on record. Only 1/3 of SDGs targets are on track to be met by 2030. And climate change is actively eroding progress on poverty, food security, health, and ecosystems. These are not parallel crises. They are the same crisis, and they require integrated solutions. What this conference must address is why this recognition has not yet translated into systemic delivery, and what it takes to change that. The adoption of the COP30 outcome, the global Mutirao, last year in Belém, in Brazil, marks a decisive shift from ambition to implementation, with 2026 opening the implementation phase of a new generation of NDCs covering the period up to 2035. The alignment we achieve now between climate commitments and development priorities will determine whether those commitments produce real-world outcomes. Many of the NDCs submitted in 2025 are already framed as a whole-of-government instruments. That is a foundation to build on. Since 2019, this conference, this series of events, has evolved into something genuinely valuable, not a platform for restating the case for integration, but a space where governments, institutions, civil society, and the private sector share what actually works. The 6th conference, the last one, focused on integrated governance and financing networks. This 7th conference must go further, from frameworks to coordinated, on-the-ground implementation. We are here in Bangkok not to agree on what needs to be done. That is increasingly clear. We are here to learn from each other and to live with concrete commitments to act differently. So, in conclusion, on behalf of the UNSCC Secretariat, we commit to carrying out these outcomes into our work with parties and into the preparation for COP31 in Turkey, in Antalya, in November. We are all partners in this. Let me conclude by thanking again our colleagues and friends from UNDESA for the long-standing collaboration in this series of events, and to all of us, 2 days of productive, frank, and forward-looking dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Violetti. I now invite Ms. Bahare Sayedi, Senior Sustainable Energy and Climate Advisor at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to deliver her opening remarks.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners, colleagues, and friends. Welcome. It is a pleasure to open the 7th Global Conference on Climate and SDG Synergies on behalf of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Let me highlight 3 points for why we are here. First, there is a growing recognition that we cannot solve today's most critical challenges in isolation. Synergy is the way out. Your presence here today signals that. And for those of you in Asia Pacific, you have seen this firsthand in real time. The convergence of geopolitical tensions and energy insecurity across the region, and how interconnected crises cascade, disrupting supply chains, driving up energy poverty, and setting back hard-won climate and development gains simultaneously. But we have also seen the flip side of that over the last decade. In many countries around the world, we have seen when we act on climate with development in mind, we simultaneously advance health, jobs, and resilience. These are not coincidental benefits. They are structural connections. But when we ignore them, we risk trading one crisis for another. Integration is not simply more efficient, it is the only credible path forward. Your presence here from governments, civil society, international organizations, the scientific community reflects this shared and growing conviction that the challenges of our time demands that we come together, think together, and act together. Secondly, we need a dedicated platform for governments and partners and all other stakeholders to convene, to exchange, to learn, and to act. And let me tell you, the spaces where climate and development interlinkages can be rigorously and collectively explored are not many. This conference is designed to change that. With our collaboration with UNFCCC, we have designed these conferences to offer a dedicated platform for governments, for civil society, for researchers and others to come together and examine trade-offs honestly, to have a genuine conversation and to discuss co-benefits ambitiously, so that what we discuss here in the next 2 days can translate its way into direct actions, into key intergovernmental processes, not only at the global level, but also impacting regional, national, and subnational level policies and actions, and ultimately changing real lives. And my last point, as we approach 2030, we have less than 4 years to go. Closing the gap on the SDGs and climate action is urgent. But we must also look beyond. We know that the progress on the SDGs, many of them have stalled on many fronts. We know the climate commitments are not sufficient. The window of course correction is narrow, but it is open. The conference exists to help us navigate through that, to advocate for synergies as a solution to close this gap. Today and tomorrow, you will hear about the state of progress on the SDGs, where we are on climate action. Later today, you will hear about the latest findings of the expert group on climate and SDG synergies, an independent group that is co-convened by DESA and UNFCCC to look at synergies in a deeper level. You will hear their findings over the last 3 years. And as we get closer to 2030, we must also lay the foundations for what comes after. The discussions over the next 2 days will help shape the future agenda of the 2030 and also inform the decisions and the discussions that will kick off next year on the post-2030 regime. Let me close by saying at UNDESA, we remain fully committed to continue our work with UNFCCC, with ESCAP, and with all of you here today in convening these conversations, in deepening the evidence base, and in connecting what we learn from these conferences to key intergovernmental processes. So I do hope that we make the most of our time together here in Bangkok and leave with a clear sense of how each of us can advance the synergies that our world needs so desperately. Thank you, and once again, welcome to you all.
Thank you, Ms. Sayedi. I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Lin Yang, Deputy Executive Secretary for Program at the United Nations Economic and Social Commissions for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Mr. Daniela, Ms. Bahari, they are all my UN colleagues, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I also thank Quinn Ferron, the DG of the Department of Climate Change and the Environment of Thailand, and as a generous host. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to representatives of government, international organizations, development partners, academia, civil society, and the private sector, and the local authorities who have joined us from around the world. I hope you enjoy the UNCC building, a building with a long history. We meet at a time when countries are being asked to do more with less. For example, higher climate ambition, more actions to halt biodiversity loss, stronger efforts to address pollution. Yet all of this must be achieved in an increasingly constrained fiscal and policy environment. It's very challenging. This year's theme, from commitment to delivery, skilling integrated action in a volatile world, reflects a growing reality. The challenge today is no longer a lack of commitment, rather is how to implement them in a way that responds to the interconnected environmental, social, and economic challenges. Around the world, the impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and the pollution are becoming more severe and more visible. These challenges are affecting livelihoods, public health, food and water security, ecosystems, economic development. While their impacts vary across regions, no country is immune from their consequences. This is precisely why the focus of this conference is so important. For many years, climate action, biodiversity conservation, pollution reduction, and sustainable development have often been pursued through separate policies, institutions, and the financing mechanisms. Yet these challenges are deeply interconnected. We recognize that integrated approaches are not only desirable, they are necessary. They offer an opportunity to maximize co-benefits, reduce trade-offs, and make more effective use of limited resources. They can help countries advance multiple objectives simultaneously while strengthening resilience and accelerating sustainable development. Encouragingly, innovative examples of synergistic action are emerging from all regions of the world. As the host region for this conference, Asia and the Pacific also offers many good examples of integrated approaches that are generating environmental, social, and economic benefits simultaneously. This experience demonstrates that synergistic solutions are both feasible and effective. Our focus now must be on scaling up these approaches, strengthening enabling conditions, and accelerating implementation. At the same time, I think all of us recognize the complexity of this issue, how to look at the synergistic approaches. That's why we need this approach to share experiences, learn from each other, come up with good solutions. So over the next 2 days, this conference will provide such an platform for strengthening partnership, for identifying practical pathways for implementation. This discussion will contribute to ongoing global and regional efforts to advance integrated approaches to sustainable development, including deliberations at the 9th session of ESCAP Committee on Environment and Development later this week. Through the exchange of experiences and the lessons learned, this conference can help advance practical solutions, strengthen international cooperation, and support the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, I encourage all of you and us to engage actively in the coming days, to explore opportunities and identify commonalities and way of collaboration ahead. Together, we make the change for now and for the future. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. I now have the honor of inviting Mr. Pirum Sayasitpanish, Director General of the Department of Climate Change and Environment of Thailand, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Ms. Bahari Sayedi, Senior Sustainable Energy and Climate Advisor, UN DESA, Mr. Daniele Violetti, Senior Director of Program Coordination, UNFCCC, Ms. Lin Yang, Deputy Executive Secretary for our program, ESCAP. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sawasdee krap. On behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand, it is a profound honor to welcome you to Bangkok for the 7th Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I extend my deepest appreciation to our co-convening partners, UN DESA, UNFCCC Secretariat, and ESCAP, for mobilizing our global community at this defining juncture. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a time of unprecedented global volatility. The intensifying of climate change impact are now compounded by interconnected economic pressures, geopolitical shifts, and systemic disruption to energy and food security. With less than 5 years remaining until 2030, our progress on sustainable development goals is starkly uneven. The true measures of our leadership today lies not just in sustaining ambition, but in executing it within an increasingly complex global landscape. A decade ago, the Paris Agreement provided a visionary blueprint for policy, investment, and cooperation. Today, our ultimate test of that ambition is our ability to translate high-level commitments into tangible, transformative results. Distinguished delegates, for Thailand, climate action is no longer a standalone environmental agenda. It is the cornerstone of our national development. These convictions drive our NDC 3.0, under which Thailand commits to a 40% emission reduction from 2019 levels. This target will lower our net emission to 152 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2035, anchoring our trajectory toward net zero emissions by 2050, in alignment with the 1.5-degree pathway. Having said all that, Thailand will pursue our best effort to achieve our emission reduction target in 2030 under NDC 2.0. This is more than just a statement of intent. It is an actionable roadmap. Thailand's resilient climate resilience is now seamlessly integrated into our national economic and social development plan, serving as a whole of economy driver for a sustainable future. Furthermore, moving from commitment to delivery demands robust institutional frameworks. To this end, Thailand is pioneering a comprehensive climate change act. This legislation will not only ensure we meet our international obligations, but will also institutionalize our long-term readiness for a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in an unpredictable world, fragmented efforts are no longer viable. We must forge stronger alignments between climate policy and economic resilience, and between public mandates and private investments. The synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remind us that climate action and sustainable development are inseparable, mutually reinforcing pathways. To bridge the gap between promise and performance, we must deepen these connections across our policy institutions and partnerships. I am confident that this conference will catalyze groundbreaking ideas and enduring coalitions to scale up integrated action, turning shared commitments into meaningful, lasting delivery where it matters most. Thank you very much, Khop Krap.
Thank you, Mr. Sayasit Panish. We now turn to a series of keynote messages that will help us set the scene for our discussions by reflecting on where we stand in advancing climate action and the Sustainable Development Goals. We will begin with a video message from Mr. Celeste Saulo, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, followed by a video message from Ms. Astrid Schumacher, Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and our final keynote video message will be delivered by Ms. Astra Bonini, Chief of the Integrated Policy and Analysis Branch at the Division for Sustainable Development Goals at UN DESA.
Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. Let me start for wishing all of you a successful conference and by thanking the organizers, ESCAP, UNFCCC, and DESA for inviting me to deliver this message. The latest WMO State of the Climate Report findings send a clear message. They show that changes in our atmosphere, oceans, and cryosphere can directly impact progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. When a glacier retreats, it is not only a cryosphere issue, it is a water issue, an infrastructure issue, a tourism issue, and ultimately a development issue. And when El Niño arrives, as it is now developing, it does not arrive as a single problem either. It is typically associated with increased rainfall in some regions and drier conditions in others, while also increasing the risk of heat waves both in land and in the ocean. These are not climate issues in isolation. They are development emergencies. The science is clear. Progress on climate and progress on sustainable development are mutually reinforcing, and failure in one undermines the other. The State of the Climate Report demonstrates how changes in key climate indicators cascade through social, economic, and environmental systems. 2025 was the second or third warmest year on record, and the past 11 years were the hottest on record. The Earth energy imbalance, a critical measure of the rate at which energy enters and leaves the Earth system, shows that the planet is falling out of balance faster than ever before, with the rate of heat buildup more than doubling since 2001. Around 90% of that excess heat is being absorbed by the oceans, which are warming and acidifying at record levels. These changes not only affect life below water, threatening marine ecosystems and fisheries, but also the livelihoods and food security of communities that depend on a healthy and thriving ocean. And as El Niño now develops on top of this record warm baseline, a warmer ocean and atmosphere increases the availability of energy and moisture for extreme weather, amplifying impacts that are already being felt across multiple regions and sectors. A further 3% is going into the cryosphere, accelerating glacier loss and melting ice at the poles. Often referred to as the water towers of the world, glaciers play a vital role in supporting water availability, energy production, and tourism. Their decline, therefore, has far-reaching consequences for both people and economies. Rising temperatures also influence health outcomes, labor productivity, and energy demand. An estimated 1.2 billion people are exposed to workplace heat at some point each year, while higher temperatures and changing precipitation patterns have increased the suitability of conditions for dengue transmission. Today, I would like to propose 3 main actions to this 7th conference and all participants. First, protect and strengthen the global observing system. The WMO State of the Global Climate 2025 signals a system under accelerating stress. Our ability to detect tipping points and irreversible changes depends entirely on a sustained global observing infrastructure. We cannot manage what we cannot observe. Second, expand early warning systems to reach everyone everywhere. Extreme events in 2025 caused devastation across the globe, exposing the vulnerability of our interconnected societies. The science only saves lives when it reaches people in time, and the most vulnerable must not be left behind. Third, deepen international cooperation on data and observations. The global climate does not respect borders, and neither can our response. The free and open exchange of meteorological data and observations is not optional. It is the foundation upon which all climate science and early warning capability is built. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, the science shows that climate, environment, and sustainable development cannot be considered in isolation. Changes in the atmosphere, ocean, and cryosphere reverberate across health, food systems, water resources, energy production, ecosystems, and livelihoods. Climate action is development action. I invite you to keep this in mind throughout your discussions. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, thank you for the opportunity to take part in this important reflection, even if not in person. We all know that to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, rapid and significant progress across the environment agenda is essential. From poverty alleviation to food security, we only have this one planet to sustain us. And because we know this, and because we also know this planet is in trouble, across the world and within the UN system, we see accelerated efforts to strengthen environmental action, achieving more faster, even in cash-strapped times. To do so, we must increase policy coherence and integrated implementation across the board, including through greater coordination among the Rio Conventions and, more broadly, across multilateral environmental agreements, which span the climate, biodiversity, land pollution, and ocean agendas. The science is clear. Climate change is accelerating biodiversity loss. At the same time, healthy ecosystems are among our strongest allies in stabilizing the climate and building resilience. We cannot address climate change without addressing biodiversity loss. And we cannot safeguard biodiversity without tackling climate change. And we cannot make faster progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals without leveraging the potential of synergistic environmental and climate action. The world has the science, the technology, and the resources needed to act. But fragmentation continues to set us back on all counts. Allow me to highlight the CBD's draft global report on collective progress at the midpoint of the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the KMGBF, which we recently released for peer review. The framework, like the Paris Agreement, is meant to be an integral part of the Sustainable Development Agenda with the same 2030 deadline. Our stocktake of how far the world has come in achieving the 23 targets of the KMGBF is grounded in a robust body of evidence sourced from national reports submitted by a record number of parties to the CBD. The report confirms an unprecedented globe-spanning engagement to stem biodiversity loss. At the same time, it also indicates that more needs to be done at all levels and faster, including in synergistic action. Based on the findings, it is clear that strengthening governance, improving mainstreaming and coherence across sectors and across multilateral environmental agreements create co-benefits, reduce trade-offs, and accelerate progress. To leverage synergy for progress, one pressing collective task is to connect the dots at the intergovernmental level, creating a universal enabling environment for policy coherence and integrated implementation. This would entail plugging synergistic environment and climate action into sustainable development planning and implementation. The national level is key, because that is where synergy takes its most concrete and impactful expression. Excellencies, distinguished guests, this year offers remarkable opportunities, from the start of implementation of the latest generation of nationally determined contributions to the review of implementation of the UNCCD Strategic Framework to 2030, the CBD's global stocktake, and the UN 80 reform. The confluence of these developments is a clear opportunity to strengthen alignment and coherence on the way to 2030 and beyond. We at the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity stand ready to work with you and with partners from across the UN system and beyond to unlock the potential of synergistic action. This is ultimately about people. It is about food on the table, clean water to drink, jobs and livelihoods, and resilient communities. I look forward to the outcomes of this important conference and hope to see them receive the visibility they deserve at the 2026 UN Biodiversity Conference in Yerevan in October. We invite all of you to join us there. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to join you for the opening of the 7th Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I would like to thank the UNFCCC Secretariat and ESCAP for their collaboration in enabling this important dialogue. We are convening in Bangkok at a time of intense pressure on sustainable development. Climate impacts are intensifying, conflicts are reversing hard-won gains, and financing is tightening sharply. And these stresses fall heaviest on those with the least capacity to cope. Yet, this is also a moment to hold on to what we know. Progress is still possible. In this final push to 2030, more integrated action can help deliver on our climate and sustainable development commitments at scale and where progress is needed most. The SDG Progress Report gives us a snapshot of where we stand. Of the 139 SDG targets with data, only 36% are on track or making moderate progress. Nearly half are showing marginal progress or none at all. And most alarmingly, 15% have regressed below the 2015 baseline. Key climate indicators continue to worsen. These numbers reflect real hardship in people's lives. 1 in 10 people worldwide is still living in extreme poverty. And in 2024, around 2.3 billion people were moderately or severely food insecure. Conflict, inequality, and debt pressures are making development gains harder to sustain. Climate change is compounding these pressures. global temperatures in 2025 were 1.43 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and the number of people affected by disasters has more than doubled over the past decade. But the report does not say progress is impossible. It shows that with smart policies, coordinated investments, and strong partnerships, results follow. More than half of the world's population now benefits from at least one form of social protection. Electricity access has reached 92% globally, and internet use has risen to 74%. Renewable energy capacity grew by a record 14% from 2023 to 2024. The lesson, with less than 5 years left to 2030, is not that we should lower our ambition. It is that we need to raise the quality of implementation. Climate action, environmental protection, and economic development are not competing agendas. When approached thoughtfully, they reinforce one another. That is why this conference's focus on moving from commitment to delivery is so important. This year's attention to sustainable transport is one example of the impact of integrated approaches. Transport can be a development enabler, connecting people with schools, jobs, and healthcare, and bringing critical goods to markets. And transport can be a climate solution. The SDG Progress Report shows that access to public transport in surveyed cities has improved from 53.2% to 61.5%. At the same time, renewables still account for only 4.3% of transport energy used globally. We have the technology and policy tools to change this. But we also have to recognize the constraints. Official development assistance fell by 23.1% in 2025, the largest annual contraction on record, while the external debt of low and middle income countries reached $8.9 trillion in 2024. That makes integrated approaches even more important, because when resources are constrained, coherence matters even more. This conference series has shown that integrated approaches are practically necessary. The task before us now is to take that lesson further, from dialogue to delivery, and from alignment on paper to coordinated action on the ground. I wish you a successful and productive conference. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the opening segment is now concluded. Please join me in thanking all of our speakers for their inspiring remarks and messages. Thank you. We will be changing the stage now. We will now move directly to our first plenary session, from fragmentation to integration, turning commitments into coherent and integrated action in a resource-constrained world. I would like to invite Mr. Ralph Wanshaft, our Senior Advisor at UN DESA, to moderate this session and introduce our distinguished speakers. Ralph, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nadine. And we are a little bit behind our schedule, so I'd like to invite our distinguished experts to please come and take your seats while I reflect a little bit on the history. Professor Takeuchi, please. And yeah. You may sit as you like. We have 6 seats, or you can sit in the sequence as it's seated, but please just make yourself comfortable. But let me keep this. Good. So in terms of, I'd like to attempt a little short introduction As you have seen in your invitation and in the banner, this is the 7th conference. Are we talking the same thing 7 all over? No, we are not. We have been growing over time and developing the reflections. So I just like to take us a little back. In 2019, in Copenhagen, UNFCCC Secretariat and DESA they felt that this topic was important and had a very successful conference event and laid the foundation for what followed. Then we were a little bit derailed by COVID, and we had virtual reflections. But thanks to the Institute of Global Environmental Strategies and Professor Takeuchi, the conference reconvened in person in 2022 in Tokyo. And at that time, the formation of an expert group was recommended, and we are very happy to have more than a third of our expert group here in person. The expert group in total has 15 members and 2 co-leads, so 17 members. It draws in expertise in the individual capacity. So we are not having government representatives, we have different experts from different disciplines. And we are geographically balanced, we are gender balanced, and we try our best to accommodate all the different perspectives in this forum. So when the expert group was formed in 2023, at that time the conference took place back to back with a high-level political forum in New York. From there we were hosted by the government of Brazil in preparation for COP30. And we went once more to Copenhagen last year for reflections on this topic, and at that time, I should say, basically financing was a main topic, and it continues to be a main topic. So this time, we are thankful to be hosted here by the Regional Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and this is the first time that we look more detailed at the different regional perspectives. So that should be enough. I would like to introduce to you in person Professor Takeuchi from the IGES. Thank you so much. Ms. Bernardina from the global, United Cities and local authorities. We have Megan. Megan Cannone is a social entrepreneur, and she has many affiliations, and I hope she will tell us also about her TED Talk and her exploration of artificial intelligence. We are making progress. We try to make progress. And we have distinguished Ms. Diana Örge-Forsatz from the Center of Climate Change and Energy and Sustainable Energy Policy, and Mr. Kave from the international, where are you? The Vice President from International Strategies Center for Climate and Energy Solutions is in Washington, I think. Yes, and just arrived this morning at 4 a.m., Ms. Elizabeth Gilmore from Canada. I should say all our experts are contributing their time and their expertise on a voluntary basis, and I think they deserve an extra applause. Good. So we want to make 3 rounds still, although we are a little bit behind schedule. And the first guiding question is that in the 3 years since the expert group was established, the evidence based on synergies has deepened. In your experience, what have been the most important lessons learned? Let me just, before we start making the interventions, make one small observation, because when we were preparing, we were discussing synergies, and we had some people who said, I mean, how, especially for media outreach, how can we tell the public what that is, synergies? So when you make your introductory interventions, please try to give us some concrete examples from different areas so that people have a better impression of what specifically we are talking about. So I also recall that in our initial consultations, we identified different nexus areas where, because everything is related to everything else everywhere, but we need to get it structured in some form. So there we could have 6 nexus areas. One would be like energy, water, climate. I don't need to explain how many interrelations are there. Or agriculture, food and climate. Or air pollution, public health and climate. Or forests, biodiversity, desertification, climate. So, or Benadia, urban development, transportation, infrastructure, building, yes? So there are so many of these areas, so please choose any one of these areas and include a specific example so that we know what we're talking about. Who wants to go first? No. Professor Takeishi, maybe we start with you.
Yes, thank you very much. It is a great honor to stand before you today. I express my deepest respect to the expert group for its remarkable 3-year journey. The wealth of evidence we have accumulated is outstanding, and I'm proud that IGES has been a key contributor to this global process. Crucially, our collective work at these Synergies conference catalyzed a major political milestone, the adoption of 2 resolutions on synergies at UNEA 6 under the strong leadership of the government Japan. This provides our efforts can directly shape global environmental governance, we can call. As a direct spin-off of our group's great work, I'm delighted to announce that the Asia-Pacific Synergy Report will be officially launched tomorrow morning at this conference, driven by 4 members of our group, global expert group, as co-leads. This report was developed by consolidating over 140 grounded case studies. So many case studies were highlighted in this report. This brings me to the most vital lesson we have learned over the past 3 years. The effective integration only happens when scientists, policymakers, and international organizations co-create knowledge. This co-creation is the only way to break down institutional silos. By working as one team, we have built an undeniable foundation. I'm highly optimistic about our shared future, and I look forward to taking next big steps together. Thank you very much, and all of you could get 1 copy of our report on the case study, including the case studies in India and the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good morning, Sawadika. First, let me congratulate people from Thailand, especially from Bangkok, for a peaceful election of governor yesterday. And I was very pleased also that the current governor got re-elected. Congratulations. We have been working with him quite closely. Thank you again. We are talking about synergy. When we talk about synergy, indeed, seems to be very simple word, but actually it's more complex because we have understand the challenge in dealing with sustainable development is about everybody working in silo, organization is working in silo, and also the sectors are addressed in silos. This is the reason why the Synergy report has been produced, because we try to make those organizations work together. Also, the sectors are addressed together, especially in the policy decision-making processes. So when we talk about synergy, there are a lot of examples, as Professor Takeuchi mentioned, around 140 case studies. But what interesting is that since I here representing the local governments network, there are already a lot of examples in which these are addressed not in silos. Just give an example of Jakarta. Jakarta developed mobility, and it also improved the public health sector. It's also improved connectivity. The Jakarta gives also incentive to cities around the Jakarta to work together on this. So it's a combination of mitigation. It's a combination of safety also for women. It's also a combination of public health, and also a combination of energy transition. These are some of the complex issues that have been addressed by local governments particularly. In my last things, what I like to highlight here, I think the world is already full of commitment. A lot of SDGs targets also have been mentioned, and also ambition for reducing carbon has been highlighted, but implementation is a key. So what I say here that we have no ambition gaps. The ambition gap, no problem. But what we have a problem is we have a delivery gap. So that's the reason why integration at all local level is not abstract ideal. It's a practical necessity. So as local governments, we are not just implementers of top-down plans, but we are also solutions. We are solutions at the ground that are designed and delivered for all. So maybe I'll stop now and give others to speak. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. And because I'm a social entrepreneur and the practitioner in this group, I get to be a little bit less UN speak and maybe speak from the heart. So for 3 years, we've been gathering evidence, and every report sharpens to the same point. For the people actually living this, there is no boundary between climate and development. We built that boundary, not them. And the only genuine solutions will come through scaling of proximate solutions. In the Amazon, indigenous territories cover 23% of the Brazilian legal Amazon, but account for just 3% of deforestation. And the rainfall these intact forests generate supplies 80% of Brazil's agricultural activity. That is not an ecosystem service off to the side of an economy. That rain is 338 billion real of farm income in a single year. Ask a farmer in Mato Grosso whether that's a climate issue or a development issue. For him, it's just his harvest. Across Southeast Asia, mangroves support 15 million people through fisheries and storm protection. The same trees, the same stroke. We file that as nature-based adaptation in one column and poverty reduction in another. The fisherman doesn't experience two interventions in national plans that barely reference one another. And that architecture has a price. It's why $7 billion in harmful subsidies continue to flow against a $700 billion funding gap nobody fully owns. It's why a government can claim climate progress while biodiversity erodes, or the reverse, and never answer for the integrated outcome, because we never built the place that question gets asked. That's the real cost of fragmentation. Not inefficiency in the abstract, but permission for governments to underdeliver on both agendas at once, because we have let them report on each of these separately. And as a practitioner, just to finish, I continue to come back to my own Barefoot College Women's Solar Engineering Initiative, which addresses today 14 of the Sustainable Development Goals, not because an institutional directive told us to design it that way, but because women on the ground told us it had to address those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. That was very eye-opening. So let me follow. And before I make my points, I also just want to say that I'm also representing the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, because among all the distinguished organizations already listed, I think when we talk about synergies between climate and SDGs, the IPCC also really needs to sit at the table, and I am there. So I'm very privileged to do that. So it has been a real privilege to serve on this expert group over the past 3 years. It was an amazing journey together. But during this time, the evidence on climate and SDG synergies has really grown remarkably, not only in quantity, but mostly in quality. We have moved beyond demonstrating that synergies exist to understanding where they are greatest, how they can be implemented and realized, this has been already pointed out today, and how they can be measured. Let me just highlight 3 lessons in short, which stand out to me. First, the co-benefits of well-designed climate action as often as important as the climate action, the climate benefits themselves. In fact, very often we see multiplicity of these benefits that just the climate benefits directly. So, but climate action is still most typically perceived as costs, as sacrifices, as trade-offs. But our work shows that well-designed climate solutions can simultaneously improve health, reduce poverty, strengthen resilience, improve competitiveness, improve security, create jobs, and enhance the quality of life. Among many areas, cities are that illustrate this particularly well. As mentioned, today we focus on transport. So urban transport, buildings, green spaces, and infrastructure all influence emissions, but they also determine air quality, health, mobility, energy affordability, and resilience. Therefore, integrated urban planning delivers benefits across many of the SDGs at the same time. And the evidence is striking. And our work, our expert group's work, found that integrated urban transport interventions can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%, while reducing harmful air pollution by also 74%, increasing physical activity by up to 50%. That means major gains in health. And we know we are living in aging societies in almost every single country of this world. So physical activity means a lot in longevity. And in some cases, also reducing premature mortality by as much as 31%. So these are not small side benefits. They are often the major development gains. Buildings provide another compelling example. Improving the energy performance of buildings can reduce emissions by up to 70% over their lifetime. But equally important, it lowers household energy bills, improves affordability, improves cost of living, improves indoor comfort, improves productivity, reduces exposure to heat waves and cold spells, improves indoor air quality, and helps address energy poverty. A building retrofit is therefore not simply an emission reduction project, but it is simultaneously an investment in health, resilience, affordability, and social equity. Second, our work has shown that cities are among the most powerful entry points to accelerating both climate action and sustainable development. Because cities not only account for most of the emissions, but also they are generating the majority of economic activity, could be up to 80% of GDP. That means that's where all the opportunities exist. But they are also where the climate risks and social inequalities increasingly intersect. This means that urban decisions have extraordinary leverage. Take public transport as an example. Replacing diesel buses by electric buses is often described as climate mitigation measure. But in reality, it is that cleaner buses improve urban air quality, reduce noise, lower operating costs over time, improve public health, and take cities to be more livable. These benefits extend well beyond the tons of carbon avoided. The third lesson is perhaps the most important, that these synergies do not happen automatically. Too often, climate policy, development policy, urban planning, and public finance continue to operate in separate silos. As a result, governments frequently underinvest in interventions that would deliver exactly, even for them, multiple of their objectives simultaneously. Therefore, our reports consistently show that integrated governance, coherent planning, cross-sector collaboration and financing mechanisms that recognize these multiple benefits are essential if we want to realize the full potential of these synergies. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working over the next 2 days together with you in realizing these synergies on the ground.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to be back in Thailand and in Bangkok. In the years leading up to the Paris Agreement, we met many times here in the UNFCCC in negotiations, and I have lots of fond memories of that time. I think the difference from that time to now is I came from London, and the temperature in London is the same as it is in Bangkok. So it's really showing the situation in Europe right now really shows the severity of the situation we are in globally. I mean, we heard from our opening speakers in the first session of the need for cooperation and synergistic action across multilateral environmental agreements, including the fact that this year is a triple COP year, and that that climate action is the same as development action. I agree with Megan that the separation between development and climate is not something that people on the ground feel. It's something that's artificial, that's been created through policies. So my biggest lesson, again, picking up from what Diane said, is it's not a question of evidence anymore. Over the last 3 years, we've clearly shown the evidence base that synergistic action is good for climate action and development and global economies. For me, it's really a question now of communications and mainstreaming this synergistic approach into the decision of leaders at the ministerial level, at the policy level, in the private sector, in academia and in science. And I think a good example of the challenge that we're facing here is that some of us have just come from a 2-week negotiating session at the UNFCCC in Bonn. And there was an agenda item there specifically on international cooperation between the conventions and on the Sustainable Development Goals. And countries failed to reach agreement on even a simple outcome, a procedural outcome that would at least acknowledge the need to work across silos. And I think that's deeply worrying. And it's showing very clearly that the work of the expert group is not translating into the international cooperation that's needed. I think the one positive of the outcome from Bonn is that for procedural reasons, that work will go forward to Antalya at COP31, so there's a chance to resurrect. But I think it's deeply concerning that despite the evidence, countries were essentially unable to come together and even recognize the need and the benefit of working synergistically across the Rio Conventions and the Sustainable Development Goals. So I think that's something that we need to address. Thank you.
Thank you. So the risk of sitting down in the last chair is that I have to go after all of these wonderful reflections by my fellow experts, and it's a real privilege to share the stage with them. I think going back to that statement, right, I mean, is it the public who doesn't understand? And Megan already spoke to this point, but I'd really like to take that up. In both the research as well as in the findings that many of our reports are showing, we repeatedly come back to the point that for the public, for communities, these synergies are the basis of their decision-making. They are not separating climate and development, because why would you? In some of the research that I've been doing, we've been going around to both developed and developing countries, asking people not about climate or development, but asking them about their house, about their home. When you ask people about that, they tell you what they need. They tell you about safety. They tell you about their ability to have an asset that buffers them when there are risks. They also tell you about the mounting climate risks that they are facing. All of this comes together for people in ways that sometimes doesn't show up at national or international levels when talking about budgets or talking about negotiations. And I think what the expert group is really trying to bring forward is that these things matter, showing tangible results for people, showing that things have improved is really the goal of synergistic action. Now, this year, the expert group is going to drill down on climate adaptation and the SDGs. And our reason for this is that while climate mitigation remains the bedrock, we are facing mounting climate risks. They are coming fast. We have the evidence, but it needs structure and ways to bring the voices of the communities into something that finance ministers cannot just be inspired by, but actually act on. And so I think that that's really where the real work needs to happen. The work is in continuing to socialize this, continuing to show and bring together that evidence, but also not losing sight that we are talking about people, people's lives, people's homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have done our first round, and now looking forward to this event today and tomorrow. Maybe we want to reflect what we should highlight in our discussions in the days, in the time to come. And finance, of course, is an important topic. Will continue to be an important topic, and we have the new collective qualified goal. And we have even beyond that, as estimates of the future financing needs. At the same time, we have some countries stepping forward, dissociating themselves from the international cooperation. So how can our conference reflect on this? Maybe I invite Kaveh to share with us some of his observations. Can the private sector pick it all up? Do we have options for solidarity levels, or what can we recommend that makes a reasonable suggestion? Thank you.
Thank you. In true negotiator style, I'm going to answer a different question, but maybe your question, but in broader terms. I mean, I think the real opportunity we have this year is a triple COP year, but it's also the year that launches the second global stocktake under the Paris Agreement, which is a 5-year cycle that gathers evidence about how the world is doing against the collective goals of the Paris Agreement, including the finance target. And the finance target of the Paris Agreement is to align all financial flows with reducing temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius and achieving resilience. And I think the importance of this 5-year cycle is that it's an opportunity for countries, because they're the ones who are going to input into the process, to take the evidence base of the expert groups and plug it into the GST process the global stocktake to really highlight the benefits, the co-benefits of taking a synergistic approach, including on the finance point that you just raised. Because I think in the resource-constrained world that was mentioned earlier today, we need to highlight the economic benefits of climate action. Yes, there is a moral imperative, but unfortunately, that's not the only reason the government's going to act. It's going to be out of self-interest and economic self-interest. And I think there's a lot of evidence that the expert group has pulled together. And I think the global stocktake process of the 5-year cycle is an important process for that. I think the other thing to bear in mind is that the global stocktake will inform the next round of NDCs, which are due in 2030. And that also, of course, coincides with the end of the critical decade, but also with the launch of whatever is going to come next with the SDGs. And I think the role of Synergies and the work of the expert groups will be absolutely vital in shaping what the post-2030 Sustainable Development Goal process is going to look like. So I answered a different question, but maybe one that sets up the group. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elizabeth, you will guide us through a discussion on country platforms tomorrow, I think. So one other aspect is to, I mean, we have had technical cooperation between developing countries or South cooperation for some time, but several of the countries recognized as the South have made very fast progress. So is there an opportunity for greater sharing, greater cooperation, stepping up South-South cooperation in our area of climate and SDG synergies in your point? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I really look forward to moderating that panel, as well as this afternoon's, where we'll be focusing on some of the most vulnerable people. And I think that's really why, in many ways, we're seeing such action in the Global South. Right. In the Global North, as Kaveh mentioned, while temperatures are going above 40 degrees Celsius, there's still very little action. There's actually almost a sense of being invulnerable to these increasing climate risks. But I think those on the front line simply don't have the time to wait. And I think that has really been highlighted when we look at the reports and the actions that are coming from the Global South. And I think here again, it comes back to making sure that the voices of those on the front lines are really being heard, both within, both at a domestic level, but also internationally. And so when we're thinking about finance, kind of moving back there, it's not just about the project that can be done or the one that's going to meet perhaps a specific indicator, but really ensuring that the things that people value, right? So those synergies that people already know about, and their self-determined actions, the things they know will make a difference in their lives, and is really what's being counted, and that the finance is following that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Professor Diana, you want to share with us your perspective, but I just want to add another question, because when we look back at the documentation of the earlier conferences, public participation, stakeholder participation has always been emphasized, but we also observe that in practical situations, that's sometimes not easier said than done. Maybe you have some suggestions how we can bring that area forward in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So just like my colleagues, I think I have to shelve my prepared points and reflect rather on these really crucial and very interesting questions. So, exactly as it was said in many of the introductory remarks and also in your introduction, the situation in finance is getting definitely more and more challenging because countries are looking more inwards, because political priorities are changing. But I think instead of just complaining and being very disappointed about this fact, I think we really need to look at what perhaps these new opportunities that could be open. So I think if we understand better what are the new political priorities and equally then the financing priorities, then exactly because of the synergies, there is almost every priority that the new priorities, we do find a lot of climate and SDG related actions that can align and can enhance those priorities. So let me just highlight, and this is without any preparation, but highlight some. For example, Europe is now spending, is kind of forced to spend much more on security. So we have to spend up to 5% of our budget on security rather than, and that clearly has to come away from other areas. And sometimes climate and development will or could get jeopardized to be redirected towards more security. But at the same time, we do see, and I think the recent conflict around the Strait of Hormuz very well highlighted, that in fact, much of our security related problems are related exactly to the same roots as our sustainable development goal and climate related problems. For example, the reliance on fossil fuels. So those of the countries which fared much more in this crisis and where people were much less vulnerable to the energy price increases and where affordability was jeopardized much less were exactly the countries which are relying much higher shares on renewable source of energy, because renewable energy turns out to bring not only the cost of power down, this is really very nice new evidence in the European Union that if you have really high shares of renewable energy in your power, actually it brings energy costs down. But it also reduces the vulnerability to fossil fuel related energy market shocks. And we could go on and on. There are many areas where even these novel political priorities align with climate and sustainable development goal, sustainable development priorities. So we just need to, I believe that this expert group needs to a little bit realign our focus and not only look at synergies among these goals, which when we formulated these were among the top political priorities. But today, the life is, and political priorities are different, the political landscape is different. And we understand better where we can advance also the new political goals, while also getting financing for what we also need for the people on the ground, for people to survive and improve and reduce poverty. I think that's how we will be able to mobilize more finance in today's situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernadilla. At the same issues at the local level, we have maybe silos at national level, but you also have them at the local level. So what can be done better in the future?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, local governments or local actions, we do differently, but we have to also understand that all actions at the local level depends also how the national framework is set up. So when we talk about synergy, achieving multiple objectives through integrated actions, this require not just local governments. It requires also a big support from central governments. Like in South Korea, they also changed a little bit about the institution. They have now what they call it Ministry of Environment, Climate and Energy. This is something that I think quite interesting how this trickle down also to the local action. But in the local action, let me give you examples. When we address the climate change, there are no system of institutional that come from above to down. So what the local governments do, they created what they call it ad hoc mechanism. They created a climate change task force on ad hoc basis to address all those sectors, because climate relates also to all other sectors, water, biodiversity, losses, and other things. So that's possible because of the creativity of the local governments or cities, but not on systematic ways in the way that this all trickle down from the top, from the nations to the local. So that's a reality. And second, about the fiscal constraints, especially if the national governments have their own kind of priorities for fundings. A lot of fundings also going to local governments have been cut. And so what local governments do, they have to create something, what they call it, creative financial mechanisms through PPP, public-private partnership, blended finance, green bonds, whatever you call. Sometimes it's quite challenging for me, for example. I got requests from local government, one city in somewhere. They just need $100,000 to create a solid waste mechanism that change the behavior on the people. We cannot find the money so quickly because there are no mechanisms in this world for small scale fundings. This is the reality. Of course, they can go to banks, local banks, they can go also for private companies, but this is a big challenge that we say, how we can access funding so easily without so much bureaucracy and can be achieved easily. So I think the most important part also is uneven capacity among cities. If you are coming from big cities, mega cities, you don't have an issue on this. But when we come from intermediary cities, or we call it secondary cities, we have a challenge here because they don't have capacity to even collect data, also to have a credit rating high, to borrow money, and also for other things. Even this is the big challenge, not only in terms of financing, but also technical capacity. And many of them, they don't know what they call it investment banks, investment plans. You call it bankable projects, we call it investment projects. They don't have this kind of capacity also to handle these things. So another things also, last one, we really want to be involved in the process of NDCs. Local governments are not being consulted for NDCs formulations. We are not also consulted or included in the process of VNRs, but this number has increased. Over the past years. A lot of local governments are included in the process of VNR. I think that's a very good thing. Last, for ourselves, in the world, especially in Asia Pacific, we have a lot of local governments networks, associations. So we're now working in, not in silo, but working together on advocacy. We created APLG, Asia Pacific Local Government Coordinating Body, that speak the voices of local governments at the arena of, international arena of United Nations system, whatever. But we also created what we call it web portal for open source. We included C40, we included ICLE, we included CityNet, we included UCLG ASPAC I'm from. So we proved open source that everybody can access for training and capacity building, for knowledge sharing as well. So we try to not only talk about synergies, but we also work together for this building synergy. I close by saying also, maybe last very quick, indeed, South-South cooperation is very important, but we also need to looking at the South-South, not South-South. Because I also had a meeting with the Finland Association of Local Governments. They want to learn from Asia about early warning system. And we have so much on the early warning systems in these regions, from Japan, from South Korea, from elsewhere. And this is something that we can share with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Professor Takeuchi, you want to share with us some more reflections on the regional cooperation, and maybe we will have an adoption of a regional program of action. So your studies have had a great influence. And my added question would be sort of like, after I mean, since Asia Pacific region takes a step ahead as a leader, how about the other regions? Can we help them too?
Yes, thank you very much for your very important question. With regard to the Asia and the Pacific, we need to invite different stakeholders, as Nadia already mentioned, not only the government or local government, but also we need to invite the different stakeholders, including the private sectors. For example, in our case, K-Danren, the biggest economic group, is a very basic group which are insisting the importance of this synergy approach, and therefore their support will be very, very helpful to move forward our activities. And another example that we need to consider is that not only in Asia and the Pacific, but also the localization of the SDGs and the climate action is very important, and therefore we need to collaborate also other countries like Africa and South America. These countries are very much suffering from the various integrated challenges, and therefore our collaboration with them is also very important that we further need to discuss in this type of arena. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Megan, we leave the best for last. No, but also the most challenging for last, because when we are overtaken by technological progress, and I think you have already reflected on what are the opportunities, what are the challenges and risks. Now, if we reflect artificial intelligence, technological progress, I mean, we have obviously need for these technologies to optimize climate and SDG synergies planning and the rest. But there are also many challenges. Can you share some thoughts and also sort of like maybe some suggestions of how the expert group can handle this matter in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. How many people in the room are using AI, artificial intelligence, in their daily work now? Hands. Because I'm finding in both the climate and the development space, there is a general resistance to admit that we are using these technologies, and we definitely need to go past that now. So I believe strongly that if we don't bring AI and agentic systems into the actual machinery, the mechanisms of synergy, not as a side conversation, but really as part of the infrastructure for us, that we're going to spend the next 4 years doing exactly what we've been doing, and that we're going to be building on poor systems and not making much progress. As a provocation, we built ministries, conventions, and reporting cycles for a world where data was scarce and nobody could see across these conventions. Well, that is no longer a reality. We now have this technology and it's able to do that. So I think there are three things that, three applications, just to give a little bit of a teaser of how I think these things can work. So first of all, budget and subsidy reform. Agentic systems can turn our current government budget modeling from a static report into a living tool. One that tells, for instance, a finance minister this year, which slice of that $7 trillion in harmful subsidies can I most easily reform? This is just one potential scenario. Secondly, coordination. Agentic AI takes ego and vested interests out of the conversation, and it can direct you to the most likely places and opportunities for collaboration and cooperation. That's something I really like about it, and I feel hopeful about if we're using it correctly. And the third one is measurement. Being able to have standardized near real-time indicators across climate, biodiversity, and SDG reporting instead of the sort of patchwork that we have right now could really unlock things. And this isn't a hypothetical. It's already running at the edges, just not at scale. Zambia is a fantastic example. They trigger parametric insurance payouts to over 1 million smallholder farmers from satellite rainfall and vegetation data within days of a drought. No adjuster, no middle person, no claims officer. That's a narrow single country version of exactly this kind of system I'm describing that we could be looking at. We don't need to invent the technology, it's already here. We need to stop treating it as a pilot and really start looking at how we can embed that at scale. And I'll be candid about the risk. No bright light doesn't cast a shadow. And it's in that space of shadow that we, certainly in this room and on the expert group, have a real responsibility. And that this is not a case of technological solutionism. That's not what I'm proposing. I'm proposing that as human beings, we have two choices right now at this moment. We can either sit back and allow the technology to push over us and not reflect our voices, our instincts, our data, our insights, or we can engage with it because it will learn from us. The more we use it, the more our voices are there, the more our data is there, the better it represents our interests in the long run. Any framework that we build has to put governance, auditability, and capacity building for developing countries on equal footing with the technology itself, or we risk to exacerbate that divide. I think specifically for us on the expert group, one of the things that we are going to be looking at is how in the run-up to 2030, we actually start to all talk about this technology as part of all of the synergistic action and how it can enable speed, communication, and also real impact on the ground for people.
Thank you very much. We have opened in our introductory session many questions for your discussion during this conference event. There are obviously many solutions that we have provisionally identified, but that's open for further consultations. Please join me in thanking our experts represented here for sharing their reflections, and I wish you all the best in discussing it further over the upcoming coffee break that Nadine will announce, I believe. Thank you.
Good morning again. So for now, we'll break for coffee. It's just served outside of this room until 11. So we come back to this room at 11 a.m. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. We will start the session momentarily. If you can please proceed to take your your seats. Dear colleagues, if you can please take your seats, we will be proceeding with the session momentarily. Ambassador, you can take the seat here. Starting.
Where do you want me?
Maybe you can go in the middle.
You want me in the middle? Okay.
And
I'll
then
do my best to not be stealing the...
Up to you.
It's let's do
Do you want ambassador up to you? Good.
We have bookends. But do you want me at the end and then we
Up to you. What do you think? Maybe you can come here. Up to you.
Yeah, I find it a little bit,
Okay, we'll move down.
maybe, yeah, you move down and please, Ambassador, you
And then if Jennifer arrives, she may be taken. We can't find her. Dear colleagues, please take your seats. We are starting the session. Good morning and welcome back. And we are starting the multi-stakeholder dialogue, financing in crisis and fiscal policies under scrutiny. How can all of government and all of society approaches in climate and SDG policy making be better advanced? I leave the floor to the esteemed moderator and panelists to go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Good morning, Savadika, and a warm welcome back to this session, the Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue. My name is Michaela Friberg-Story, and I have the great honor and pleasure to serve as the UN Resident Coordinator here in Thailand, which means that I represent the Secretary General and bring together the UN country team working here. I'm very glad to see that you have all come to Bangkok. I know that this is the 7th time that this conference takes place, and I am delighted to know that it's this time being held here in the beautiful capital of the Kingdom of Thailand. I hope you will have the opportunity to explore the city as well. But today we are focusing on the multi-stakeholder dialogue of financing in crisis and fiscal policies under scrutiny. How can all of government and all of society approaches in climate and SDG policy making be better advanced? And this is it's a mouthful to say, and it's more than that to actually deliver. It is enormously complex matters in enormously challenging times. Because we are facing multiple overlapping crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, growing debt pressure, and of course, the geopolitical uncertainties that are impacting not everything that we are doing for the future, but it is impacting what has happened in the past. We see how millions of people are being at the brink of being pushed back into poverty, the poverty that we have jointly worked to get them out of. But as a result of the current geopolitical situation and the impact it has on fuel, on fertilizers, and on climate, there is the risk that millions of people will revert back to poverty. It is important to remember that it's not the richest that are getting poorer. It is the poorer that are getting poorer. And that's why it's so important that when we have these dialogues, we are really committed to the leave no one behind perspective. But we are advancing on the number of the SDGs here in Asia Pacific specifically, and of course also globally. Having said that, and I know you were talking about this in the introductory sections, we are seeing the backsliding on the number of these issues. So we need to put stronger policy design. We need to see a stronger coordination across sectors, across partners, across actors. So today's dialogue brings together diverse voices to share practical experience and solutions. And our goal will be to identify ways to strengthen participation and promote a more inclusive fiscal and climate policies, especially for the most vulnerable. That is why I am very glad to be flanked by three very prominent panelists that will set the tone for today's interactive dialogue. And if I may start, Your Excellency, Mr. Darkay Ephraim Africa, the ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to us here in Bangkok. It's a great honor to have you here. You have previously served as South Africa's Consul General in Lagos and Nigeria from 2015 to 2022, and you have also served as an advisor to your Premier in developing the Northwest Province government and strategic plan for coordination and implementation of the provincial and national development plans. So we will specifically turn to you when it comes to the national priorities and how this is being implemented at the country level, because it's one thing to talk about it and it's a different thing to do it in reality. So your experience will really be one of great importance to us today. His Excellency is being flanked by Ms. Megan Falone, a founder of the Step Up Advisors. Great to have you here, Megan, and I know that you spoke earlier this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, I missed it. So you have already met Megan during today's dialogue, but right now we are going to hear a little bit wider from your work and your experience. You are a social entrepreneur with deep expertise in climate, human development, AI, and women's empowerment. You are the co-founder and CEO emeritus of Barefoot College International, which has expanded renewable energy across 93 countries and led to the result that has impacted more than 10 million women and girls worldwide. This is what we need, impact at scale. Thank you, Megan, for being with us. And I also want to recognize the fact that you have been awarded a Hillary Laureate Award and the Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship and Social Entrepreneur Award. So I'm sure that you have a lot of experience and concrete examples to share with us on these different topics. To the far left from me, to the right from the audience, I'm very happy to have my dear colleague, Mr. Gerd Torgerman, from the UNDP Bangkok hub. You know that Bangkok is close to home to many of the regional offices of the UN for Asia Pacific, not least one of the key development agencies for the UN system, that being UN Development Program, UNDP, where Gerd sits as one of the key managers of the regional program and global policy network at the hub. There you oversee UNDP's policy and program work across Asia Pacific in areas including climate and environmental financing, digital transformation, youth and gender inclusion. In the past, you have worked at the Regional Hub for Europe and Central Asia in Istanbul, and you have led the UNDP's work in many senior positions across Africa, in headquarters in New York, and also with the United Nations Volunteer Agency, which brings in a different perspective. I know that you've also worked in the German Parliament, and this is also a way of making sure that we bring in the perspective of a solid democratic foundation when it comes to making the people impacted choices. So I think we have a panel that is really set to give us a number of diverse reflections. So what I would like to do as the moderator for this next approximately 50 minutes is that I'm going to ask one of our panelists to take the lead on a question and then open up for the rest of the panel to reflect. But please, colleagues, participants, friends in the room, the floor will remain open throughout. If you have ideas, specific questions, Don't hesitate. Put the marker on your microphone, and I will do my utmost to make this an as interactive session as possible, to make sure that we get the most out of each other, not only the panelists, but all of us in the room. So with that, let me turn to my first question, and I'm going to start turning to you, Ambassador. And I'm going to ask you a little bit about your country's experiences and what you take away from that. And it's a straightforward question. What are the most important lessons in tackling climate change from the national perspective as you have come across them? And what do you think other countries learn when trying to align climate change with sustainable development? It's a simple question to phrase. It's a hard question to answer. With that, Ambassador, please, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you everybody who's here, Excellencies. It's a great honor for me to participate in these discussions. Just maybe to give a proper context of how South Africa is responding to climate change and the SDGs. Dealing with the Sustainable Development Goals agenda separately from the climate action agenda is likely could impede the successful implementation of the SDGs, as was the case with the Millennium Development Goals. The need to integrate climate change measures into national policies is therefore imperative. And as South Africa, we view the blending or fusion of the SDGs into development policy and development trajectories as critical for the desired outcome towards 2030. Given the current arrangements where there is a specific climate SDG, which is SDG 13, addressed under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, there is optimism that the instruments for implementing interventions are in place through the Paris Agreement, to which all sensible countries are subscribed to. I just want to indicate as well that in the context of South Africa, we have a system of government where there is 9 provinces, and then we have a national government, provincial government, and local government. And then we have traditional leaders. Now, what is critical about what I'm trying to illustrate is the fact that we have a coherent system of government which has adopted the National Development Plan. And the National Development Plan is also helping South Africa to integrate the SDGs and climate action into its policies. South Africa implements a whole of society approach to engage all sectors of the population in climate action and broader sustainable goals. Public participation is structurally integrated into South African law. The government relies heavily on multi-stakeholder structures and localized reviews to drive consensus. Therefore, South Africa had ensured that it lends SDG 13 into its policies, designed to respond adequately with a focus on mitigation policies, strategies, and institutional setup. We have therefore, as I said, aligned the climate action and integrated them into the National Development Plan, and we have the National Climate Response Policy. We also have the Presidential Commission on Climate Change, which brings everybody together to ensure that every citizen and every structure and institution of government is able to be part of this process in coordinating the SDGs. So we view participation, and we have a system called Imbizos, we convene with the communities across the country to discuss these matters and ask their views. That is, we communicate and educate through these Imbizos. And Imbizos are some kind of community forums where government, labor unions, civil society come together to discuss issues of national importance, and we view the SDGs as quite important. You'll also recall that the World Sustainable Development Conference, the WSSD, was held in South Africa in 2002. And we, at that stage, made serious proposals about stakeholder participation. And that is why we have deemed it very necessary to integrate stakeholder participation into the processes of managing and coordinating SDGs and climate change. There are forums where regular interaction is held with communities, and that in itself enhances common understanding and ensure that there is proper coordination across the board. Each province has got its own system of making sure that people participate. Local government is also engaged in that regard. And at a national level, there is a presidential council where premiers and mayors come together, and these issues are discussed there, and there is a pipeline of feedback that ensures that communities are kept abreast about what developments are taking place and where government is with the implementation of the SDGs. We think these arrangements that I have illustrated and referred to are critical to create greater awareness amongst communities and to make sure that they also understand the importance of coordination and also understand the impact that climate change would have in their own livelihood. So that information sharing is quite critical. Without community participation, without communities understanding the impact of climate change and the need for coordination with sustainable development goals, without their participation, we will not be able to achieve much. It is important, therefore, that people are at the center of these processes, and South Africa has deemed that as quite important. That is why we have integrated this process even into our laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Ambassador. I think what you told us is really showcasing also the strength of the civil society and the grassroots spirit that exists in South Africa and is such a strong part of the country. And you outline it so clearly from the civil society and then throughout the system to the presidential leadership of the SDGs. Has it been hard to maintain this engagement at all levels, or is it something that was already in place and that you built on, or something that was specifically created to move on this agenda?
Thank you very much for the question. When in 1994, when a new government was established, there was a system called Masakane, which is let's build each other. And that system was intended to create awareness about the new government system that we have and also the policies that government is going to introduce. So we then realized that this system is working. We bring people together, and then we initiated a much bigger system called, which I referred to earlier, which is Imbizos. Now, Imbizos are forums where we communities converge Government brings everybody together, as I said, and then begin to discuss matters related to development. And when you talk about development in any locality, there is no way you cannot make reference to the Sustainable Development Goals and the impact of climate change. And in that, that ensures that people understand basically what they need to do, because it is linked also to creating conditions for them to address their own local development challenges. And if they do not understand some of these issues, they will not be able to address those kind of challenges. And therefore, we feel that we have introduced and inculcated in the people some kind of knowledge about the need for constant engagement. Therefore, we communicate regularly through all of this. And I think that we are seeing greater awareness now. We are seeing people understanding very deeply what the key issues are. And we have a very active community or active society that understand the value of participation. And we have a system of participatory democracy. And at a ward level within municipalities, people have got committees, ward committees, villages have got ward committees as well, because we have an integrated system, a wall-to-wall system of local government. Therefore, in those committees, people are always participating on what government is doing. And that in itself creates a much bigger understanding, a much heightened awareness about some of these critical issues, such as sustainable development goals and climate change, and the need for appropriate action to make sure that the impact is not as adverse on the people as it is likely to be. So there is a constant consciousness, or building a conscious society that understands the value of participation. So that is something that we built from 1994. And there were all those platforms where people can engage, people can discuss, and people can even question the government. So our system, the democratic system that we have established, is a system that acknowledges that we have another component in society that needs to be educated about what must happen and how we want to deal with these challenges that the country is facing, and of course the world is facing too. So I believe that public participation, community education, community mobilization into participating in all of these things is central to ensuring that we are able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, if I can turn to you, Gerd, on this, because we spoke about education here and the importance of Ambassador was mentioning the importance of having education as a foundation for democracy. And what does that actually mean when we talk about long-term environmental protection? How can we further strengthen public participation and, as such, education in climate and SDG decision-making? The ambassador was speaking to this in his structures and how education of the population is key for democratization. You have worked all over the world with different such perspectives from the UN dimension. How do you see that, and what are some of the examples that you have seen and some reflections when you hear the good South African examples?
Thanks, Michaela. Important points, and congratulations, Ambassador, for the way the structures function in since 1994. You described, I think, a very rounded picture of participation in South Africa to reach these objectives. I think generally it starts from the simple truth that environmental policies, environmental agendas, programs will never go anywhere without being socially inclusive. That is a simple truth, and we have to understand that for all our work, all our projects and programs, not just as the UN, but in our collective effort, in a whole of society approach or whole of government approach to reach the climate agenda, which implicitly also means to reach the SDGs at the end, because those are so closely intertwined that the social inclusion here, I think, should never be understood as being inclusive to reach an environmental goal only. It is about the connection to almost the entire Agenda 2030. And I think we'll come to those points a little later as well. We see this, I think, from a UNDP perspective in many dimensions. 10, 15 years ago, when the nationally determined contributions started as what was called the INDCs, the indicative nationally determined contributions. It was a time when there was a kind of first efforts to get an understanding of what each and every country, each and every government and society can contribute to the climate agenda. And it was indeed indicative, as the name said. Since then, I believe, the world has managed to become much firmer with a much higher level of ambition, and a better sense of ambition alone is not going to do it. It has to be actually implemented at the end of the day. So implementation, which is now the focus of the TriCOP year for 2026, as you know from your work, Michaela, very well, is very, very central to what we do as UNDP and what the entire UN system does, in which UNDP plays a supporting role. Now, on education, I would perhaps just add that education alone is not going to do it. I think, there is an element of awareness raising, of course, and if you do want to participate, you do need to know. Hence, education is a very important first step, but actual participation has to go beyond education. It has to go beyond consultation. Nobody should use it as a tick box exercise. I consulted in different groups and different ways to move on with what I'm planning to do. That's not enough either. True participation, a real whole of society approach, is anchored in what you described, Ambassador. It is anchored in true participation of all parts of society, and does not leave anyone behind. And when you look at this, the national determined contributions of today put leaving no one behind at the center, and so does the Agenda 2030, right? So this is not just a saying. If we want it to work, we have to make it work by leaving no one behind. Let me stop here for the moment.
Thank you very much. And if I may turn to you, Megan, on this, because I know that the work you have done, you have been so very focused on really bringing in the individuals, so really having that very human-centered approach in your work through the Barefoot College International and the access you have provided through the different initiatives. So when you hear these about education, about the new tools that are coming up, how do you see this dimension and reflecting on some of the work you've led?
Thank you. Yes. I think there we go, we're on. I'm actually throwing away my notes because I had a sort of thought as we were listening to the two gentlemen, which is that there's an actor who's not in this room that really needs to be in this room, which is private sector. And the role that they can play specifically with women and the social protection of women is something that we all do need to understand, and they need to understand the critical nature of some of these issues, because there are things that can be worked into supply chain management and real practical applications that drive our economies at the end of the day, because women make up such a significant part of some of the workforce that we see, certainly in agriculture and the garment industry. So I think it's a little bit of a miss to not recognize private sector, and that relates directly to my work and my ability to have led an organization, primarily a grassroots organization, that was able to scale to 93 countries. Private sector played a very important part in our growth as an organization. We have a theory at Bindi and Barefoot College that social change happens, that agency happens when we combine competence, that's about learning things and skilling, confidence, that's about being able to master something in an experiential sense, and community, that means putting enough partners around you where you feel like you're part of something stronger than yourself. It is where those three things meet that actually is where agency and human endeavor really launch from. And women really, because they have so fewer opportunities often in the developing world for gaining competences, gaining technology access, gaining finance and other opportunities that they need, we found that they were the best investment we could possibly make, because if we invested there, the knock-on effects to everyone around them and their communities was disproportionate to the actual financial investment. Now, how did we make that work with government? Well, in our case, we partnered oddly with the Ministry of External Affairs with the government of India. Now, nobody really thinks of the Ministry of External Affairs as a development mechanism necessarily, but in fact, they used the program, the training program and the Solar Engineering Initiative as a soft power outreach. So it's a very interesting way to partner where both of us, they gave me reach and access, and we were able to give them an opportunity to show Indian technology in 93 global South countries, and for them to use the institutions which they had invested in India to bring people in and to use those institutions to send that capability around the world. We had partners like Apple and Microsoft, who were incredibly generous in helping us to learn how to build supply chains that were both sustainable and could grow quickly. This is why we need really to do what Alvin Toffler said, which is that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write. It's going to be those of us who can't learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I think that sense of trust, openness, that opening up of the table to all actors now. We can't just talk to ourselves in this development and climate space. We have to actually be willing to open up that table to lots of other actors to get where we all need to get to as quickly as we need to.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please come in. I see you're leaning forward.
No, just a quick comment. We happen to have a parallel event here in the building on one floor down, which is called the Youth Collab. It's a bigger youth movement that UNDP and City Foundation actually set up about 10 years ago, and which has since grown into a multi-partnership platform that we are moving towards a youth moonshot. Now, I happened to be there in the morning with colleagues, and then I said I have to move over to the dialogue here with you just now. And I briefly explained what this dialogue is all about. And then within that small group of four, three of the young women with me, young women entrepreneurs from different countries here in Asia, said, oh, that's interesting, because I actually have been part of helping to formulate the NDCs in my country. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I had an opportunity, not necessarily at the national level, but at the municipal or district level, to contribute directly into this government-led NDC process, with the perspectives that I bring as a young entrepreneur, not necessarily as a woman or a young woman only, but as an entrepreneur in this context. You know? So participation is happening in multiple different ways, and I think we need to acknowledge it, not just in one single project or program, but in the whole of society approach that the ambassador described. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I know many countries, of course, have a strategic dialogue with private sector on how to develop the country, and the Kingdom of Thailand is no exception, where there is a continuous dialogue between the government and the private sector on how to advance on the development agenda of the country. And we have a very, very strong UN Global Compact here in Thailand, and Thailand is not the only place that has this, let me be very clear, but it's happens to be the one I engage with the most. So this is really where we also see a lot of push from the private sector in partnership with the government, and as the UN we're very happy to support that and facilitate that as we can. I also think what you mentioned, Megan, really brings me to this idea of stepping outside, and if I may reflect and actually say that when we're seeing what's happening with the development world and how geopolitics are changing some of the ways in which we are functioning and working, we also need to step away from seeing the development actors to be, we really are the facilitators in some ways, the connectors and the facilitators, because that's something that we have. What we don't always have is bringing in the funding. That's going to come from the private sector. That's going to come from the public sector. And what we can do is to guide that into sustainability in a different way, in countries, and in multilateral cooperation. So what you mentioned on South to South and triangular cooperation is something that we see more and more, and where the Kingdom of Thailand, of course, also has a very forward-leaning and very advanced engagement to share their successes on these issues, not least on universal healthcare, which I think is really one of those things that showcases Thailand's advancement on these issues. The floor is continuously open. I'm just saying. So if there's anyone who wants to come in, reflect, ask a question directly to our panelists, or share something from your own perspectives, then please don't hesitate to do that. But I think one thing that I would like to actually come back to and maybe ask you, Ambassador, about is, you mentioned that you have traditional leaders, and maybe if you would be, I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe bringing in some of the traditional leaders and how you have worked with them in South Africa, because I know that this is one of the priority issues, is to really have what is sometimes referred to as indigenous people, making sure that they're represented, being heard, that there's lessons, that we are looking at structures and inclusion that is really bringing everyone in. So is there something that you would like to share with us on how you've done this within, of course, the mechanism that you've shared? But that would be very interesting to hear.
Thank you very much. Well, as I indicated earlier, the participation of traditional leaders in these processes is quite critical. There is an urban-rural divide, and resources, in the rural areas are minimal, and resources as opposed to the urban areas. Now, the traditional leaders becomes a very important platform to ensure that we are able to reach the communities, as you call them, indigenous people, but we prefer to use the designation rural communities and urban communities. But because we have a system that was attempted to integrate both the urban and the rural area, we have not destroyed the mechanisms, traditional mechanisms that were there, that used to be very effective in ensuring that communities in the rural areas are able to know what government is doing. So different countries have different mechanisms, and the manner in which government was structured was that traditional leaders, being very critical and very, very important in the life of our traditional communities, must also have a say in how we govern, in the governance architecture of the country. So they participate in government as traditional leaders. They are part of the system. But at the same time, they also have their own quotas. If I were to put it more clearly, they also have their own system, because they have traditional systems, but they are also integrated into the current governance system. And that is very important, because when traditional leaders talk to their own communities, they are listened to more than other people who are, politicians, etc., and so on. But when they are the ones who carry the message from government on these critical issues, the people tend to listen to them, because, as they say in one of the African languages, is that the word, and I'm trying to explain it in English, the word of a chief is considered an instruction. When the chief or traditional leader says the community is supposed not to burn, for instance, the bush, not to burn trees, they listen to that. So government uses that as a pipeline to communicate with the people out there. And we also use government mechanisms to communicate with people around these issues. So I think communities in the rural areas are very key. If they are not mobilized, if they are not educated sufficiently, if they are not exposed to the benefits of these processes, they will not be able to know what they need to do. But if you engage them at a level that they will understand, they will be in a position to be part of the process and also make sure that the SDGs and climate change key issues like those, they will be able to make sure that they know what must be done to ensure proper progress and to ensure success. We will not succeed by 2030 with the implementation of the SDGs unless we step up participation of communities, especially in the rural areas, especially young people who are very savvy, of course, who understand quite a lot of things, but you need to bring in the energy of the youth and the experience of the traditional leaders, and of course, the expertise of other people that participate. And in that way, we will see the benefit. Greater understanding yields positive response. If people understand, they can respond positively. So I believe that the system we have lends itself to much better communication on a broader scale and much better mobilization, because if, and as it is said, we must leave nobody behind, it should not be a slogan. It should not be a slogan, but it should be something that inspire all of us to reach out to these communities. Every community matters. Every locality is important. If the local people do not understand, the bigger picture is not going to be actualized. So the more people understand, the better. And I believe that traditional leaders play a critical role in carrying out and also transmitting the information which government has. And that in itself can build a much bigger response to SDGs and climate change. Without people, there can be no progress. So their participation is quite central in these processes.
Thank you. It's very interesting that the importance of communication, the importance of bringing in community, communicating in a traditional way. At the same time, we see the society modernizing so fast. So I will open the floor, but then afterwards I will probably turn to you, Megan, and maybe a few words on how you have used digitalization and AI and how you see that in contrast a little bit to the traditional mechanism. But please allow me first. Can we have the gentleman?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Alpha John Seran. I'm here representing Children and Youth Major Group to the UNEP. So throughout today's discussion, we have discussed about an all of government and all of society approach. However, we also know that in many countries, including Indonesia, where I'm from, and I believe it's not only in Indonesia, but it is happening all around the world, that there is still a significant gap between national climate commitments and the implementation at the local level. I believe with Ambassador Darky and also with Mr. Gard that education is important, but education is not enough. Awareness is enough. Awareness is also important, but they are not enough. You know what? People, youth, and indigenous communities, they sometimes have even better knowledge than the Western knowledge. But you know, they are not empowered. Or sometimes they are involved, they are invited, but only, you know, kind of like only for a formality, not for really, you know, follow their knowledge and their perspectives. So I just want to know what concrete governance mechanisms that prove effective that ensure that local governance, local communities, and youth are genuinely involved in designing and implementing climate and SDGs policies rather than being consulted only after decisions have already been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to hold that question a little bit because now I can see the room is waking up. So, but I will turn to you, Gerd, a little bit on that question after a little while. But please, we have a lady here, then we had a gentleman here. We start with these 3 questions, and then we're going to take the 3 questions in the back. And then we'll see if we have more time. So please.
Thank you, Ms. Michaela. Let me introduce myself first before I ask question. My name is Dewi Permatasari. I am a practitioner based in Indonesia and Kuala Lumpur. Before I ask question to the panelists, maybe I would like to share some of my experience, which is very related with what the panelists have mentioned before. Actually, I work in silence. I work behind the scene in the shadow that supports local community and also industries to work together by doing capacity building to support the importance of this race to the net zero and also the 17 global goals. From my experience, I've seen a lot that what we called leaves no one behind is something like, you know, at some point it happens in some certain places, but it doesn't, but the gaps is still on in many other places. Like for example, in Indonesia, there are a place, an area that have lots of access to clean water, have lots of access to energy resources, but in the on the contrary, there is also an area that also lack of, you know, water resources, which is kind of, you know, irony in a country with lots of water resources and still having the lack of, you know, that kind of resources. And I agree with Ms. Megan said that women as a soft actor to, you know, to combating this all concept for the climate change and also the SDGs having played an important role in reality, but they're also an actor in silence because sometimes we can tell that women also can be one of the underrepresented groups, especially like an surrounding mining area where the gap and inequality happens. I have experiencing this. One of mining critical mining area in Indonesia where women become, you know, local women become very vulnerable. They have lots of, you know, they scared to everything. They scared to be being exploited, etc. And that becomes one of the concern for the SDGs and also as the race for the net zero, because they also play a key role on that. My question is, in all of your experience, what is the biggest challenge that you face in reality that actually can be maybe we can, you know, maybe we all can have a clearer picture after this dialogue, and then maybe we can start from that to, you know, to wake up what is leaves no one behind means. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to leave that question with you in a little while, Megan. So that's to reflect on some of this of women working in silence and how you can bring that voice out in the public sphere in the work that we do on the SDGs. We had a gentleman over here. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I am Taimur Ishfaq. I am an energy and climate professional working in Pakistan. So my question is more towards the financial architecture. As someone from Pakistan or representing the global south, I see many countries contributing very little to the global emissions while facing the severe climate impacts. So how should the international financial architecture evolve to ensure most defenseless countries receive predictable, accessible, and equitable climate finance without increasing the unsustainable loans on those special countries, especially from the global south? So my question is towards more financial architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to pass that one, if you don't object, Gerd, a little bit to you as well. Some reflections on the overall vertical fund structures, the issues on the climate financing as it is. So let me actually then start, Megan, maybe on the actors in silence and bringing women in and your experience and how you see that.
Well, I think it's not just a woman issue. I think it's also a youth issue. And so maybe I link those two together and speak a little bit to your question. So I do think we need to stop asking permission. Stop asking permission to be at the table, stop asking permission to have our voices heard. And that really speaks to that sense of agency. And I also feel in the funding side of things, we need to really start pushing funding mechanisms to set some absolute set-aside funds for young initiatives. I give you one example. I met a wonderful water filtration entrepreneur. He's 20 years old. He's on 11 islands with his program in Indonesia. He's a graduate of the Green School. The largest amount of money he's ever been able to get from any philanthropic organization is $2,500. His mother sews shirts that he sells on the beach, and that's how he's funded his work. So there are two lessons in that. One can say, oh, that's terrible. And one can also say, but that's fantastic. And he's getting it done. He's been bold. He's pushed forward. And there he was in Oxford on a stage. So he is being heard. And I think it's now the rest of the system's responsibility to come behind him and say, okay, how do we get him more funding and how do we help move that solution to scale? And it's really the same with women. Women need to champion other women. And this is something we don't talk about in these forums, but it's really important. You know, we have all been given tremendous opportunity, tremendous support from other women, and we need to give that to younger women. We need to help raise up their voices using whether it's our social media or our reach in sessions like this to really put forward and recognize the viability, the financial intelligence of women-led solutions so that governments and private sector and other actors can come behind them.
Thank you very much. Good. Then a little bit on the youth, maybe as you see fit, and then also touching on the financial institutions and the financing for the climate, the gaps that we see.
Yeah, not easy to answer, and thank you for all the questions. I think what you're pointing to, when I take all of your questions together at a higher level, is that what we are really looking at with the climate agenda and with the SDG is a systems change. It's a systemic change. Right? So we can talk about individual projects, we can talk about individual groups, policies, what have you. But at the end, it needs a collective attitudinal mindset change to look at an overall system and how it functions. Right? So forgive me if I'm not doing justice to the questions that you made in, or that you had in very detail, but in Indonesia, for example, you have a very complex setting. It's a vast country with a huge population, and every effort of having a systematic way of consulting and bringing voices into it is difficult. It takes time, it takes systems as well. Now, we are working with the government of Indonesia, for example, on what we call social innovation platforms, which is about how does the Ministry of Villages understand the priorities of the villages in all island communities in Indonesia, which in itself sounds like an almost unsurmountable task. Right? So AI and technology and all these aspects need to play an important role to make these things easier, better, and more grounded. But it is very complex. The same as when we talk about leaving no one behind. It sounds very often like an empty phrase, but it is the aspiration that we need to have as a global community to make a leap in that systemic change direction. How it actually plays out in every community, in every society, will be different to the traditions and the culture of the context. There will never be a one-size-fits-all approach to it, and there will always be parts of a society who will not be entirely happy with how it works out, right? Or not even be aware of what is being tried, for that matter. You know, that's why we talked about education, awareness, consultation, and so forth. The aspiration, though, is very strong for the United Nations overall, and the UN Secretary General has made it very clear that to make a dent on the environmental and SDG agendas, we need to help mobilize participation, help increase ambition, and really move to implementation. That is for the NDCs in this context, for the climate agenda, but it ultimately relates directly to making a leap forward on the SDGs. So forgive me for a somewhat general response, because even if we had a bilateral discussion in some detail after this meeting, I'm sure there are aspects that won't be covered in the next 1-2 hours. So it's a very difficult overall ambition that we need to find a way to ground in reality, and it takes literally everyone. How do you say it takes a village to educate a child? It's not an individual actor. It's an all of society approach that we need to make that kind of difference.
Thank you very much. We are shortly running out of time, but I am seeing a few more hands coming up, so I'm going to take a few more, but I ask you to be succinct so that we have time to hear from our panel back. So I'm going in the other direction now. So we're going to start with we have 4 questions and that's it. 4 comments, I don't know, but nothing more than the 4. So the gentleman, here we have it, lady, colleague over there. Oh, I see a secret hand sneaking up. Okay then. So we have 5. So I'm asking you to be succinct. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody here. I'm Neeraj Bhatnagar from New Delhi. I'm a Rotarian, and I recently had a session in Taipei on climate crisis. It's not all about environment. It is about a mindset change and a communication challenge, actually. So, implementation is often the weakest link in achieving the SDGs. Rotary International, everybody knows about Rotary International, has the largest last mile connectivity in the whole world. I mean, we can reach to the last man standing. So why can't UN combine with SDGs, implementing SDG goals along with Rotary, so that the Rotary can provide all, right from old people, young people, women, children, everybody we have in a panel, and they can also finance some projects. So if UN and Rotary can combine together, we can implement, I can assure you, and reach all the 17 SDG goals by 2030. So why can't we have a joint collaboration like we're doing with everybody? Why not with Rotary International?
Rotary.
Yes.
Thank you for that. We're going to revert and come back to you on that one. Please.
Of course, Inshallah Mabuhay and Sawadika. Of course, I'm representing the higher education of regional university in Vietnam. Coming from Thai University, I'm international relations with this one. I'm actually empowered right now based on what you've mentioned right now, basically, because I believe education has a power to change one life. And I came from a poor family way back then. But now we're actually promoting a sustainable education. I just want to share something about this one. We're currently training ethnic minorities and women in our university from time to time each year, actually. And based on that one, the results are really well, because some of them built their bakeries, for example, have a sustainable living, for example, after training and workshop for that one. But my main question for this one, for Megan Fallon, ma'am, because you mentioned earlier about education, of course, the importance of education, and also the inclusions of a microfinance for this one. So what also previously in the introductory speaker said that it's actually hard to find a finance into a smaller scale for a grassroots organization for this one. How can we sustain? We all know that finance has a specifically timeline only, of course, granting for a specific organization for this one. I've seen this one as someone who's in higher education, that there's a lot of project after financing, but there's nothing happened. I mean, there's something happened, but after a couple of years, it suddenly goes back to the original problem. Can you give and can you share a specific situation that they can still sustain and, continue the capacity building that they have got without the financing coming from a bigger organization? Because it's one of the problem right now, to be honest, in specific, certain, and also micro niche organization. Thank you so much, ma'am, and also to the speakers.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're going to give that one to you in a little moment, but we have, yes, please. where the hand is. Do we have a microphone? Do you have a mic? You can, please, lady. Yes, click the microphone. Or do we have someone with a microphone who could pass on?
Check. Okay. Thank you so much.
No, excuse me, gentlemen. Do you have a lady behind you?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, standing up, please.
I am Cecilia Soriano. I'm from the Global Campaign for Education. And we sit in the high-level steering committee on SDG 4 of UNESCO. And thank you very much, Ambassador, for mentioning that the people should be at the center of climate action. And we believe that education should be the foundation of building people's capacities for adaptation and mitigation. However, the ministries of education are barely in the negotiating table. Based on the report of GAP Network, only 11% of the national adaptation plans have consulted the ministries of education. And as we know, education systems are broad, and it is very much affected by climate change, more than 1 billion students all over the world. And therefore, we ask, how can we systematically, both at the country and global level, involve ministries of education and also UNESCO, which is not in this conference. At the same time, how can civil society be involved in COP? Because in our experience, it's very difficult for civil society to participate in the COP processes. And how can we move forward with the Baku initiative of on human development so that we can systematically engage education sector in all of these discussions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is really looking at the whole of government and whole of society approach. We have two ladies in the back. I'm sorry, yes, we have a blue, yes, please. Blue dress, please.
Hello, mabuhay. I am Eliana Aduana. I am the Miss Earth Air 2023 and the Miss Universe Philippines 2025 second runner-up, and I came all the way from the Philippines to attend this conference. And I remember actually I was also able to attend the 4th Global Conference way back in 2023. It was July at the UN headquarters in New York City, and I remember how it was repeatedly mentioned that we are still far off track from achieving the 2030 agenda. And it is a little bit disheartening how it seems as if, 3 years later, we are almost still in the same situation as we were. But on a more positive note, though, in my beautiful country, the Philippines, since 2023, there has been a steady increase on the SDG awareness, which I am really, really proud of. And in my case, on my end too, I think it is also my perpetual mission as a beauty queen and an advocate to strengthen even more the climate education pipeline, especially amongst the kids and the youth and the Filipino children. And I remember also sharing at the conference how I would make a pamphlet summary of the 17 SDGs, but apparently a pamphlet does not hold enough pages to do that. So I authored a book instead on the summary of the 17 SDGs. And ultimately, I am very grateful to be a part of this conference once again, and hearing the speakers earlier really motivated me because I know it is going to be very impactful, and those are the takeaways I can bring back home in my country. And I feel like in my case, as part of the youth, it is our crucial role to, ensure that the needs of the people today will be met, and also ensuring that the needs of the future generation will not be compromised as well. So my question for the panelists today is, what possible ways can we do universally, amongst a nation to strengthen the mission of not leaving anyone behind, especially and specifically when there is also a war ongoing?
Thank you. That was a big question. And we shall see to what extent we take it all in. We're going to have one last question from the lady next to you, and then I will have to close the question session. A few reflections, brief reflections from the panelists, and then you have the opportunity to continue the dialogue over lunch. So that's what I want to see, that we use the opportunity for the networking over lunch, because the answers are not only here in the panel, they're amongst you all. So please, the last comment from the floor. Please use the microphone.
Yes, very good morning. Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Sharda Kusankar, Principal Scientist from CSI Niri Nagpur from India. My question is not exactly a question, it is a worry. Because this whole world is trying to protect the environment, few of the bureaucrats or the countries, they are continuously involved in the war, and we know what happened in the war. Continuous detonator, missiles, explosives, they are entering into the environment, and that not affecting to that country only, but it's transboundary transmission of pollutants. Ultimately, it is coming to our food chain through rivers, through rainwater, and through the air emissions. So at present, even if we are not able to notice those impacts, but then over the period, definitely those impacts will going to harm to this whole of the planet, and everybody understand. So when everybody is trying to protect with every minute step for the environment, why such a big authorities, they do not understand? Because now war is not just a humanitarian war, it is environmental crisis. And environment is that even if you have lesser economy, lesser everything, but then if you do not have the environment, everything will going to lose one day. So our success of this conference and this multilateral discussions should reach to those authorities, that they should divert that finance for not for the war but for the protection of environment. And ultimately there is the polluter pay principle, because whatever the environmental damage is there, that need to be assessed and that need to be rectified by those authorities, and it should, our success will be then only the war should come to end, and it should matter may get solved with the discussion, not with the missiles and explosive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It is not easy questions to answer, so I'm going to go from left to right so that we end with His Excellency here. And some reflections, then we start with you, Gerd, with what you have heard, relation to how the UN maybe can work with some key partners, maybe some ideas on how you see the COP from the UN dimension, the broad engagement of partners there as well, and anything else you feel that you want to comment on as we have heard it here.
You're giving me a great big choice, but
my privilege as moderator, I can just give it out.
Thanks, Michaela. Look, trying to respond to some of the, at least partly respond to some of the questions that you raised. First, the gentleman from the Rotary Club, it takes everybody to be part of this. No? So when we talk about a whole of society approach, all of the existing networks that we have, whether they are at a university level or in a Rotary type of environment or in a social context, they all need to be mobilized and all play their part. Now that's very idealistic to say in the first place, and it works in very different way in very different contexts, but we all need to mobilize to the fullest, let me put it that way. Second, there were a lot of references to different elements of finance, from microfinance to the bigger vertical financing that the UN is administering for member states, but also the global alignment, if you wish, of financing streams between the private sector, private finance, public finance, and so forth. This, again, is a universe of actions that if you go deeper, a lot is really happening. Here in the region, UNDP is administering what we call a climate finance network that with 12 countries participating, which is mostly looking at public finance. From there, over the last year, it reaches out deeper and deeper into blended finance, into guarantee schemes, into how you get private sector actors into a financing environment or financing context on which they voluntarily wouldn't really move. How do you make that happen? How do you align government and private financing streams? How do you bring banks into this context, which if we had another hour, I think banks could fill that hour as a partner in this context. So it's a big, big topic. A lot is happening. I'm happy to discuss further, and there's a lot of online resources to refer you to, but I'm sure looking around, many of you know it anyway. Lastly, on the issues of education. Again, education, awareness, consultation, and participation, there are steps to be made. What we suffer, I think, from in most countries in the world including my own, every country, I would say, is that we are set up in that very sectoral way of working. Right? The governments have to understand that that sectoral way of working, by dividing responsibilities into silos, is not going to work in the future if you really want to make a systemic difference. So ministries of education need to find ways to get out of the sidelines and much more central into these type of topics. How exactly that is to work, that depends on context, it depends on culture, on all these things. There are multiple UN programs through UNESCO, through many other partners that I could point to. But again, almost like finance, we could use the rest of the week to discuss that topic. Thanks very much and good to see you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Megan, some reflections from your side, as not least in relation to the sustainability of the impacts of the programs and their continuation. But please, over to you.
Sure, very quickly. I think it's so great that young people are understanding this link between conflict and climate, because there's no question that conflict is a climate problem. Both in many cases, its instigation and its effects. And certainly some of the climates we have right now are being fought purely around fossil fuels. So if we attack the fossil fuel transition, we are going to minimize conflict. I think that's one thing for sure. And I also feel that the use of the technologies we have now in our ability to actually triangulate data around climate, conflict, and that causal relationship is becoming much more sophisticated. WFP is running some outstanding models now to be able to predict where those conflicts are going to come as a result of drought and other stresses on the system. So I think we've got to engage with the technologies because it will help us to do that. And I think it will help us to quantify the cost to the climate of conflict itself, which I think is a number we rarely see anywhere in any of the publications. So I think that's such an important issue. On the women's microfinance and funding question, well, first of all, Vietnam actually has a very vibrant microfinance lending. They are one of the countries that has a lot of organized microfinance lending groups, and it's often subsidized through the government bank. So in that instance, there's a quite good environment there compared to many other countries, but it's no question the most reliable and most successful examples of follow-on funding for women micro-entrepreneurs come from women's localized savings groups themselves. So the organization of those women producer groups, women savings groups, is an inbuilt localized mechanism to help seed additional investment in those growing ventures. And we've seen that happen in India, in Bangladesh. There's some excellent models. Even in Africa and Tanzania, Kenya, there's some good models of that. And then I think technology is really important here, and leveling the playing field for women's access to digital technologies is extremely important, because it is from that place that they will seek information, they can find networks, and they can access things. World Women's Banking has an excellent toolkit, just to point you in that direction, for micro women entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Thank you for those reflections. With that, some final reflections from our ambassador, Ambassador Darky. Anything that you want to bring up as you have heard the questions and comments here from your perspective?
Well, just two issues. The first issue is that we are almost in 2030, and we need some urgency from now to 2030. And the question is, how do we build that momentum, and how do we also know the extent to which we have been able to make strides? Now, in South Africa recently, researchers were brought together to come and engage, to do a survey, engage people to find out how much do they understand what has been happening over time, and what can be done to reset, to change the process so that we can all move faster together. And I think that also illustrates how we could involve education, the education sector in making sure that they become part of the process to make an assessment, to evaluate where we are, and also advise on what we need to do. And the second issue is about finances. There has been a call for the reform of the global financial architecture. If there is money to perpetuate conflict, then definitely there would be money to try and solve common challenges of humanity. So we need to find a way of intensifying the call for the reform of the global financial architecture, and collaboration between the developing country and the developed countries when it comes to this thing is not as robust as it should be. So it needs to be very robust so that we can all see this as our common problem, that this is a problem that humanity must tackle, all of us must tackle. Various countries have got various approaches, various challenges, and therefore we need to come together in that manner and make sure that we address this problem. So we don't have much time, but we also have the capacity, I believe, to do more to make sure that we address the challenges that we are facing, challenges such as finance and also greater mobilization of people to participate, so that when we look back, when we are at the destination in 2030, when we look back, we should be able to say we identified the challenges, we identified the issues that we need, the interventions that we needed, and we're able to give greater momentum to the process. So that will require us to do much more in all the sectors, in all areas, finance, and also make sure that educators or education, the education sector plays a critical role. I mean, we're able to involve researchers to say, find out, are we moving faster? And what are the constraints? What are the impediments? And they were able to advise. And that collective spirit can help to move us forward much faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ambassador. I would like to close as we are over time, and I know I have eaten into your lunch, but I'm sure it has been food for thought, although you may still be hungry now. But I think that I really want to thank the panelists for your insightful reflections and the active engagement of the participants. As we're closing, I want us to recognize the fact that we have just lived through the 11 hottest years ever recorded. And we are at the same time seeing opportunities where the price for solar power, for example, has gone down with 90% since 2010. And the price for battery storage has declined with 95%, and onshore wind with 75%. So what you mentioned on the conflict mapping, we have the opportunity to find those way forwards. But we need to have political will, we need to have know-how, and we need to have financing to make it happen. With that, thank you so much. I also see we have the Global Compact here, so reach out to them over lunch and have that insightful dialogue with ideas from the private sector here in Thailand, which has a lot to share. I wish you a continued very good conference, and thank you so much to our colleagues in DESA and ESCAP to bring us all together here today. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, everyone, for staying with us the whole morning. So now we have a break for lunch until 2 p.m. Colleagues, if you can please put the slide for the afternoon. Yes, thank you so much. So participants are invited to enjoy lunch at the cafeteria, main cafeteria, the staff cafeteria here. It's a one floor down, or in the various food kiosk in the ground on the ground floor. So if you go downstairs, you have the cafeteria just facing you. At 2 p.m., we regroup and we will have 2 sets of 3 parallel sessions. Here it's the block A. In CR1, we will have a 2 from 2 to 3:15. Climate justice, energy resilience, and SITS. In meeting room A, we will have a session on transport, and in meeting room H, we will have a session on energy. Meeting room A and H are located 1 floor down. So when you take the escalators down, you will be facing the cafeteria. Meeting room A is on your left. Meeting room H is on your right. And there are the banners in front of each room. Later on, at 3:30, we will have another set of 3 parallel sessions listed here, the block B, and divided between this room, CRA, and CRH. Enjoy your lunch, and we see you again at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
Good morning, distinguished participants. I'm Ishihara Hirotaka, Minister.
Home to nearly 5 billion people, 60% of the world's population, Asia and the Pacific is a region of extraordinary dynamism, diversity, and possibility. From the peaks of the Himalayas to the coral reefs of the Pacific.
For UNEP, enhancing synergies amongst the global and regional multilateral environmental agreements and strengthening coordination across their implementation is
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for joining us this. Hello. Good afternoon, colleagues. Please take your seats. We're gonna start this session momentarily.
Good afternoon. Okay, it's working. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining this very important session in the afternoon after lunch. So hopefully we'll have a very intense and challenging conversation, which is needed. And we are following a very important moment, particularly focusing on small island developing states. And first of all, let me thank Undersecretary General Lee and the Minister from Fiji for joining me here today at the opening. And then, of course, we're going to go to a panel after these opening remarks. So why we are discussing this topic? So I believe that this session really sits at the center of why this conference exists. So we are talking a lot in international fora about integration, aligning climate ambition and development needs, closing the gap between commitments and delivery. So all these are very spoken, important topics. But when we look at the small island developing states, this is not an abstract policy challenge. This is really the reality, measured on the impacts of climate change every day and the need to look at sustainable development together with the fight of climate change. We all know that states together contribute less than 1% to global greenhouse gas emissions. So while contributing so little or not contributing, they are actually suffering the most of the impacts of climate change. So we will try to explore all these challenges together by having this high-level participation and see solutions, approaches, experiences that had worked very well. So with that very short introduction, it is my great pleasure to invite Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs and DESA, Mr. Lee, to please open this session with his opening remarks. Thank you. You have the floor.
Well, it works? Okay. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends, good afternoon. Well, it is a great honor for me to be back to ASCAP and to join all of you this afternoon to this important session. Just as Daniel mentioned it, the very purpose for our gathering here is to identify how it's the specific or practical way forward to address this a very multidimensional crisis. So first of all, let me thank the honorable ministers and also distinguished panelists and the dear colleagues for hosting this. I guess a lot of you followed just days ago at the London Climate Action Week. Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, reminded us that we actually face the two compounding crises. One is the climate crisis accelerating towards the catastrophic tipping point. And another one is the energy crisis, exposing the dangers of the fossil fuel dependence. Having heard from the Secretary General, we all sign on one conclusion: small island developing states, or SEATs, are on the front lines of the both crises. So naturally, this session addressed a reality that the SEATs knows all too well: climate change, energy insecurity, biodiversity loss, economic shocks, and debt distress are not isolated issues. They are actually interconnected manifestation of vulnerability that actually demand integrated solutions. So our dialogue this afternoon should be guided by three main priorities. First, climate justice must remain at the center of our collective efforts. SEATs contributed the least to the global greenhouse gas emissions, yet they continue to bear the disproportionate consequences. Recognizing this vulnerability is not enough. It must be translated into action. That means delivering the finance, technology, and partnerships that SEATs need to build the resilience and thrive. Second, energy resilience is both an environmental and development imperative. Dependence on imported fossil fuels continues to expose SEATs to price volatility, supply disruptions, and the mounting physical pressures. Expanding access to affordable, reliable, and renewable energy is essential to achieving climate goals, strengthening the resiliency and the livelihoods, of course, also boosting long-term energy security. Third, financing remained a defining challenge, and it is the matter of justice. Today, the developing countries face borrowing costs for clean energy investment that are 2 to 3 times higher than the wealthy countries. This is a structural inequity that integrated high-impact investment strategies must directly address. Our international financial systems must better reflect the realities of vulnerability. Development prospects cannot be measured by income alone. Vulnerability and exposure to climate shocks matter, and resilience matters. This is why multidimensional vulnerability indexes adopted by the General Assembly represents a critical step forward. Guided by the Secretary General, my department, the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, now serves as a permanent home and a secretariat to MVI. We are fully committed to supporting the high-level advisory panel and advancing the MVI's practical applications, ensuring that vulnerability is more accurately reflected in global development decision-making. MVI is more than a measurement tool. It is a pathway towards a fairer, more responsive international development architecture. For vulnerable developing countries, especially the SEATs, the operationalization of the MVI offers an opportunity to bridge the persistent gap between the vulnerability and the access to support. It ensures that the countries facing severe climate, economic, and environmental shocks are not excluded from the concessional finance and development assistance just simply because of their income status. Well, dear colleagues, dear friends, the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SEATs, or we call it the ABAS, provides a clear roadmap. It calls for accelerated implementation, stronger partnerships, scaled up the finance, and solutions delivered at a scale and speed required to address the challenges facing SEATs. The message from this session must be clear. Seats are already demonstrating leadership, innovation, and determination in advancing a resilient and sustainable future. Now, the international community must match that ambition with meaningful support, genuine partnership, and concrete action. So through the above and the continued advancement of MBI, we have an unprecedented opportunity to reshape how the world understands and responds to the vulnerability facing by seeds. Let us seize that opportunity with urgency and determination. Let us ensure that the countries on the front line of the global challenges remain at the forefront of the global solutions. That is the key we need to send from our discussions here and from the other forums. Thank you.
Thank you to USG Lee for these opening remarks and framing the discussion and its priorities. It is now my great pleasure to invite Her Excellencies Linda Tabuya, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Fiji, for her keynote, please, as you prefer.
Bula Vinaka and greetings from the large ocean continent. I'm very grateful to be here to represent the Pacific from the Fiji Islands, not just as the Minister for Environment and Climate Change in Fiji, but also the host for pre-COP in October, as well as currently the chair for PSIDS. Excellencies, the Undersecretary, our amazing moderator, of course, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, Bula Vinaka, and we are gathering here today and we speak about energy resilience in small island developing states. Of course, we need to do so with absolute clarity, knowing what's at stake. As I sat here this morning and listened to the deliberations as we started at a great start this morning, I took my mind back to dealing with the current fuel crisis and how, as a country, we needed to cope with it. And of course, with the ever-increasing price in fuel, has become unbearable for the cost of living, and even more so from a small island that I come from in Fiji, where we depend on maritime shipping to move back and forth. And unfortunately, as we speak, we are beholden to the shipping operators as they are having to deal with the increasing price in fuel. They cancel the services at will. And so we have our maritime Fijians that are stranded. And even as I'm here today, I've had to deal with one particular issue to reach out to the shipping services to commence their services for stranded children as well as freight, as they depend on food supply to come from the main islands to the maritime islands. So these are very real issues we face. It is the survival of our people when we depend so much on fossil fuel and the need to transition away from it. The advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on climate change has spoken on legal and moral authority, making it very clear that the era of delay is over. The first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement has reinforced this call with scientific urgency. For Fiji and all SIDS, we have been acting. That's correct. Often with resources stretched to a breaking point. But our question to the international community, will you act with us and for us at the scale required? Excellencies, let me be direct about the framework that must guide our collective response. Firstly, we have a historical responsibility. This has been mentioned a few times. but those who contribute most to this crisis must take the lead in solving it. It is the foundational principle of our multilateral system, enshrined in the conventions and reaffirmed time and again. Second, are common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. It's not a principle to be negotiated away or diluted. It is the recognition that those with the capacity to act faster must do so, and to do so generously. And third, national responsibility. We in SIDS have contributed less than 1% of global emissions, yet we face the most existential consequences. We are not waiting, we are acting. In Fiji, practical and integrated approaches are the foundation of our survival. Our third nationally determined contribution, which we launched last year, demonstrates our commitment to charting a course towards 100% renewable electricity generation by 2035 and net zero emissions by 2050. But we know ambition without implementation is merely intention, and we've heard that over and over again this morning. We have some tangible action on the ground. Through the Fiji Rural Electrification Fund, we are delivering reliable, clean electricity to remote communities, not through promises, but through the installation of innovative solar mini-grid systems that are already powering homes and communities. So going back to my story about the experience of my own maritime province, because of the cancellation of the shipping services, a lot of the fish that were to be transported over to the mainland could not be stored back in my island because of the intermittent power supply, because we rely on generators and there was not a supply of diesel. So there was obviously a loss of economic loss to our fisher people and our farmers as well. But we do need to be able to install these solar mini-grid systems to power these homes and communities. This is energy resilience in practice. Excellencies, no SIDS can achieve energy independence alone. We've heard about geopolitical volatility, geopolitical issues, supply chain disruptions, and of course the escalating costs of fossil fuel imports. Fiji has thrown its weight behind the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, a bold and necessary effort to complement the Paris Agreement. It is why we have joined the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, which provides technical support and knowledge sharing that accelerates our transition. This is why within the UNFCCC, we are actively engaging in just transition negotiations as a national and regional priority. For Fiji and the Pacific, just transition means technology transfer, capacity building, and an unwavering commitment to collective action. It means the shift away from fossil fuel. The Pacific has a long tradition of regional solidarity. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent is our shared vision for resilience and sustainable development. Regional organizations and initiatives remain critical platforms for advancing renewable energy deployment, strengthening energy security, and advocating for our collective interests on the global stage. But regional cooperation, we ask, is to be matched by international partnership. We call on our development partners, our multilateral institutions, and the private sector to align the support with our regional priorities and national strategies. Allow me to be candid, Excellencies, about what the international community must do differently if climate justice and energy resilience are to become a reality for most vulnerable SIDS. First, reforming the international financial architecture. The multidimensional vulnerability index must move beyond rhetoric to reality. SIDS cannot be assessed solely on per capita income, while being denied access to concessional finance based on our structural vulnerabilities. This is a fundamental injustice that we must rectify. Second, delivering on climate finance commitments. The US $100 billion goal was a floor, not a ceiling. The new collective quantified goal must be ambitious, accessible, and predictable. Finance for adaptation and loss and damage must be new and additional, not repackaged, not diverted. Third, protecting the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. Every fraction of a degree matters to us. For SIDS, 1.5 degrees Celsius is not a negotiating position. It is a survival threshold. The global transition away from fossil fuels must accelerate with the urgency that science demands. Fourth, embed indigenous and local knowledge in our solutions. Our communities hold generations of wisdom about resilience, sustainability, and living in harmony with nature. These knowledge systems must be respected, integrated, and supported, not dismissed. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we gather here in Bangkok not to speak of what could be done, but to commit of what must be done. The energy transition we are seeking is not simply replacing fossil fuels with renewables. Yes, it is about justice. It is about sovereignty. It is about the rights of our people to live with dignity, security, and hope. We are in the front lines of this crisis. We are implementing solutions. We are building partnerships. We are demanding accountability. But we cannot do this alone. And I thank ASCAP for inviting Fiji and the Pacific to be here, especially on this platform, to be able to do exactly that in building partnerships. We leave this roundtable with a renewed sense of purpose. Why are we here, and who are we doing this for? I'm doing it for my kin people in my maritime island who still struggle to this day to even get the basic services such as electricity and water and transport. Our shared determination to deliver integrated solutions is vital. For each of us here in this room today, as we come here to represent our own organizations, our own departments, and our own governments, it is my hope that our commitments under the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development translates into tangible results for our people and our communities. And as I also said this morning listening to the opening sessions, I thought about the Pacific as large ocean states living in planet Aqua. The world is made up mostly of ocean and water and less land, and as we experience sea level rises, we'll be seeing more water than land. It made me think about why there isn't a conference of parties for waters within the EEZ. We have the BBNJ, which is in the high waters now. It's having its, actually in the current year, we have 4 COPs convening. It includes the Oceans COP, which is to do with waters beyond borders. What about within borders? And we, as large ocean states with the largest EEZs, we do not have a conference of parties for that. Yes, we have climate change, we have biodiversity, we have the third one, it'll come to me, as well as Oceans COP, which is beyond borders. Yes, it's about national sovereignty, but so is climate change. It goes across borders. So does biodiversity. It goes across borders. It goes within national sovereignty. So why not that as well? And so as large ocean states, will be something to think about and something to definitely advocate. And as the Pacific SIDS have advocated and now officially lobbying an ocean of peace, may we be peacemakers. And the work that we do here is to achieve peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your inspiring words and bringing your reality at the front for everybody to reflect on and discuss on action. What is needed is real action. All right, so I'll now invite the panelists to join me on the podium. So we move to the discussion of the panel. I'm thanking the Minister ESG Lead for joining the opening, and please another applause to them while we are changing the panel setup. So, first of all, Minister, His Excellency Ali Sharif from the Maldives, please. Robeliza Alip, Executive Director, Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples. Elizabeth Gilmore, Professor, Carleton University, Canada. Junichi Fujino, Principal Synergy Coordinator, IGES. Thank you. So we have around 40 minutes for our discussion now. Hopefully we can have a couple of rounds of intervention, but the first one with there will be an opening question, and then of course we can come back to you also to respond to each other and having a conversation. So I will first give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy of Maldives. Definitely, we are hearing a lot talk about integrative and inclusive approaches that are needed to support energy security, renewable energy transition, sustainable development in SIDS. So your experience, your views, and your advice for our discussion. Minister, over to you.
Yes, first of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this event and to speak as a panelist as well. So first of all, likewise, my fellow minister from the Fiji, well, that's on the Pacific side. We are coming from the Indian Ocean. So Maldives sitting in the Indian Ocean, it's again, it's a good opportunity that we are given this opportunity to represent the small islands coming from the Indian Ocean. And like she said, we've got very similar issues, but maybe in different scales. So first of all, just to set the context, I thought that, maybe I should say something about how much dependent we are on the fossil fuel when we talk about energy. If you look at the statistics, we spend about, if I'm not wrong, I think we spend about 15 to 20% of our GDP on purchasing fossil fuel. I mean, that's quite a lot. And then, we don't have any other sources, such as, in some countries, they do have rivers and dams and, other sources. But when it comes to that, we don't have those sources as well. So the only dependent source is fossil fuel. And as you know, most of you would know here, Maldives is really famous for our tourism industry as the #1 tourism industry. And, even the whole industry is fueled by, again, fossil fuel. And even for our very basic purposes, due to climate change and other issues, the groundwater supply is very limited in these islands. So we have to put in desalination plants to, power those. Again, they are on diesel fuel. And of course, the transportation that we have to do daily commuting, because geographically we've got 1,200 islands and people are living on about 200 islands. And we've got, I think, if I'm not wrong, close to 170 resorts. And the concept we've been selling is one resort, one island. Again, from those resorts to the airport, in between the resorts to the islands, we had to spend quite a lot again on fossil fuel, on speedboats. And fortunate or unfortunate, we've got the world's largest seaplane fleet serving the tourism industry again, entirely on fossil fuel. So, I mean, I can go on and on. Everything is on fossil fuel, so we are so much dependent on that. And then I think that's a very good example, put by the Fiji minister, Even for Maldives, we've got small island communities where they have very limited supply of fish storage. And luckily, we haven't gone that far of, having power outages, but still the risk is there. So it's not only about, I think, the energy resilience, but when it comes to that, I think, Minister, it's about a food security issue as well. I mean, you mentioned that the food stock was there and then it got rotten and we have to go again out in the sea to get that stock. So it's not only about the energy resilience, but it's about the food security issue as well. Again, tied to the fossil fuel here. So when we are talking about the solutions here, I think the very first thing is we have to move about beyond the siloed approaches which we have been working. I mean, the ground reality is, of course, we've got different policies going in the tourism sector, the transportation sector, and then me as a energy minister. To be very honest, most of the time, I think it's very similar in other places as well. Many policies are put in place in a very siloed environment. So unless we talk to each other, to put these policies in place, to have a more coherent solution, we won't be actually addressing the real problem here. And then, I think with that energy and food security, I think that's where the nexus comes in. So there have been many solutions out there which has worked quite successful, where the water, food, and energy works as a nexus, which is where it's going to address the water, energy resilience, and the food security as well. So we have to think of policies, when we put in the policies, to have this nexus to be part of the coherent policy placing. And then, of course, when it comes to energy transition, I think almost all of the countries now has put their NDCs put in place. Every 5 years, we've been revisiting the targets. Again, not to backslide, but to keep that ambitions going, which means, we have to have the resources and the means to be provided in order to make the transition happen as well. And then, when it comes to renewable energy, again, we have very small islands. Even Minister, you've got bigger islands than mine, believe me. We've got much more small islands. And then when we try to put in the solar panels, we don't have that space even. So when it comes to even the renewable energy, we are at a very disadvantaged position. And then, many of the times when we talk about the investments to be coming in, when the investors comes in and do their homework, what they ought to see is these islands are so small and the installation sites are very small. So for them, the economy of scale doesn't catch up. So when the economy of scale doesn't match up, then, I mean, how could we call upon the investors to come and do the investments, right? So then we have to go into the ocean. Yes, the floating solar technology. Again, when it comes to solar floating technology, in most of the places where the technology is, quite well practiced, you would find those in, very closed and calm, nice bays, which in Maldives, which we don't have. It has to be placed out into the rough ocean. So when we put this floating solar technology, believe me, we are actually doing quite a lot. In fact, the tourism industry is doing much more than the government has done. They have done quite a lot because for them, the fuel is not subsidized. So for them, it makes every sense to put this renewable technology into their resource, and they are doing an excellent work. But again, putting those, big investments out into the rough ocean. And luckily, we don't have this, any category of storm passing through us. I think which is a very blessing for us to put these, huge investments out into the ocean and producing the needed energy resilience. So right now, that's the only technology we have, but we really need to, diversify this and increase on the technology. And given the ocean is out there, we are still looking for opportunities to, harness the ocean energy out there so that we could use. But still, I think the technology really out there, the ocean technology is still quite a lot of them haven't really hit the commercial bench so that, we could do the real investments in our environments. And then I thought, we should look at the finance as the enabler. Like I said, that's the very first thing. You have to have a very enabling, scale of business for the investments to come in. That's the very first thing. But even though if the technology or the investors are really willing to come in, of course, we have been doing quite a lot from the public resources. And when it comes to financing from the public resources, there are quite a lot which we have to do on the increase on the climate adaptation resilience. But then again, yes, we are doing on the renewable energy as well. But the thing is, for our private sector to access this finance, I mean, everybody knows this story here. Accessing them is really not that easy. The conditions which is being put, the amount of documentation which you have to go through, and when it comes to, doing the due diligence, going through and passing through, ticking all the boxes is really not happening for some of the our investors. And then we have been, trying to use the new emerging modalities of blending the financing sources, which I think to some extent it is working, because the private sector is now kind of willing to, move their capital if they see that the government is willing to take some risk or do the first loss, or, whether give the guarantee facilities, so that, we could get the MDB financing or some of the concessional financing as to put the, first loss or the whatever risk reduction modality. Then the private sector is much more willing, which we have seen that, willing to engage on this. So which is kind of a modality which we see we have been, moving. And then one other thing is there are solutions such as, debt for climate swap. And I think there have been few deals within our SIDS family who has done these deals in the past, very recent years, like the Belize and Galapagos and Seychelles and some of the countries. And I think it's good that, we have to learn from them what's the experience which they have gone through. So I thought maybe, which I would put some of the experience which we learned when we were trying to, adopt the a debt for nature swap deal. I mean, just to put a very large and, complex discussion in a very summarized way, I thought maybe I would put my experience here. What we came to know is that, okay, that's getting out of a deal from the very, a dire need out of the a dangerous deal which we have in a very short frame, which a government might have to, get out. But then again, it's going to put you onto a much more larger payback terms. I mean, that's in general how the climate debt swaps are working, right? And then what we saw was, it very much depends on who is actually structuring the deal. And most of the time, since this is about debt swap for nature, it happens to be some of the, conservation organizations comes in to structure the deal. And then, all the savings which we make are obliged to be put into purely into conservation and protection, while the government has, other dire needs which is needed to be put in on adaptation, on building schools, on building infrastructure and others. So I think, the way these funds are structured has to be, there has to be some flexibility on when these funds are structured, so that, the government could have a fair share of a larger share of, putting in the saved resources to be put into other use as well. So, like I said, it really depends on how and who, the funds are being structured. And then speaking about the supply chain resilience, right now, we have got, even when we look at the suppliers, we've got very few countries. I mean, even Thailand is one of the bigger, larger economies which we, depend on as suppliers. And there are very few spots. But I think, this needs to be diverged. That needs to be diversified so that, we don't entirely rely on few different sources. So that, in this kind of global crisis situations, we could be approaching other dealers and suppliers so that, the whole thing could keep on going. And then one other thing is we have given a very good focus on, when we do the energy transition, the community has to be put in at the center of the whole thing. Usually it's, the one who makes the big buck, like the big investors. Like I said, the resort industry are doing this. But when it comes to the community, it's usually a few which has been, to their advantage. So, which is why, we have recently started opening up on the renewable energy installations for the houses so that they could, put their own solar installation on the house and then start benefiting on this energy saving bills. So, which is why we've been trying to put the community to be at the very center of making these policies. And one other thing the government has given a good focus is about digitalizing the services, which means about digitalizing the very many government services which is provided to the public so that it saves time, it saves a lot of energy, and then it kind of increases the efficiency as well. And then also we have been promoting quite a lot, even on the government, we are trying to, put in green procurement principles so that it would be doing much more savings on the energy demand side as well. And then, like the minister said, yes, it's very important that we have to have the solidarity and the partnership among the, not only within the SIDS, but into the other countries as well. And then it's very important to see that, those who do the large emitting and polluting really needs to take a bigger chunk of the pie so that, we'd be also benefiting. Even though our emission is, 0.003% of the global emission, we are hitting the, major brunt. But then again, I think the whole solution is about working in a solidarity mode and, share the experiences and share the resources which is available out there. So that's I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, again for bringing the reality of your country and all the challenges across in different sectors, and even to implement solutions. There are additional challenges that are coming after that. So definitely a lot to reflect on. But let me turn now to Robelit Ali. And please, looking at the perspective from indigenous people linked to this challenge, security, access, rights, and all the elements we are talking here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity to also share from the indigenous people's perspective. I belong to the Kalanguya and Kankana indigenous peoples in the Cordillera region in the Philippines, and the organization I'm with, Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples, is an indigenous peoples-led global multi-stakeholder platform that advances indigenous peoples' leadership in the energy transition. The minister said a while ago, this is not simply transition. This is about climate justice, because while indigenous peoples' territories are hosting these dams, large scale hydropower dams, mining projects, we are the least to benefit from it. So in the Right Energy Partnership with indigenous peoples, what we are advancing are indigenous-led renewable energy initiatives that are anchored to our traditional governance and anchored to indigenous peoples' knowledge. Now, from this, we're not only looking at it as a technology that will be installed in our territories. We're looking at it as an opportunity to strengthen territorial governance for indigenous peoples. Because when you support community-based renewable energy initiatives, it has to be from a holistic approach, anchored on ownership and anchored on sustainability. And to be able to do that, you also need to invest in the social preparations, from capacity building to community organizing, strengthening the governance of indigenous peoples over their territories and renewable energy systems, to also looking at productive end use for these renewable energy technologies that strengthens indigenous peoples' livelihood and strengthens employment for indigenous people so they don't need to go out from their communities. When we talk about technology, we talk about appropriate technology, appropriate to the context. I heard about the challenges that small island developing states are facing in relation to renewable energy technologies. But aside from that, when we talk about appropriate technology for indigenous peoples, it also has to be fit for purpose that aligns to the specific needs and priorities of indigenous people. So for example, you have a solar panel there. It's not only for electrification, but indigenous women would want to also dry their non-timber forest products. So you would put in a solar dryer that would support community livelihood. That's how we should look at this transition to renewable energy. It's not just electrification. It's not just providing affordable and reliable energy, but at the end of the day, it's to strengthen communities. And that's where our call for decentralization also comes in. Access to energy cannot be forever centralized. We've seen, for example, in my country, in the Philippines, how the grid, because of the increasing energy demands, has been impacting access to energy for those outside the capital cities. We need to decentralize energy access. We need to decentralize decision-making power in relation to energy access, no? And that's where we're pushing community-based renewable energy initiatives to give indigenous peoples the governance also of their territories, of their resources, and renewable energy systems. Now, I'd also like to point out here some key things. No? The proper waste management. It's not just now that renewable energy technologies are being deployed, but we see a lot of wastes coming from renewable energy, not only in the Pacific, but also in indigenous territories. These batteries, solar batteries that are used by solar panels are just lying around in the communities. These are toxic. These are hazardous for communities. There has to be accountability from producers on not only selling these products, but also taking them back for proper recycling and for proper disposal. In the Pacific, there's a lot of solar panels lying around there. What do we do about those? There has to be accountability in that, no? And aligned with this is also our call on sustainably using our finite resources. How much more do we need to mine? How much more critical minerals is needed to really produce the needed technology for these renewable energy technologies? And how do we also sustainably use the current technologies that we have to make sure that we use them up to the end of life and ensure that they are properly disposed or recycled? And my last point would particularly be on the Pacific, because the pre-COP this year and the COP in Turkey, we've been working alongside indigenous brothers and sisters in the Pacific to also highlight the specific voice of indigenous peoples in the Pacific in the just transition. And we've been wanting to do a regional convening to really bring out the perspective of our indigenous brothers and sisters in the Pacific, not only in the just transition, but also on climate action. So we hope that through this and from other opportunities, we could really convene and have the Pacific voice also within these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for your very important point. Turning to you, Professor Gilmore, on your experience and in the research and looking at this demand, also, adaptation, resilience, and climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn a bit to sort of, I guess, what professors do. And it's talking largely about what the research is able to tell us about vulnerability and adaptation. And one perspective I'm going to take here, I'm going to take the perspective from the IPCC. And I was a lead author on AR6. So the IPCC has a very specific job, right? So when you're a lead author, it's to synthesize evidence, right? So you're not creating research, but you're looking out at what the scientific community has produced to try to draw out lessons, and to try to draw out lessons globally, regionally, and ultimately, I think many of the authors, we aim to provide information, especially to those who are most vulnerable, such as those in the small islands. And when you look at our report, right, you can see where, the authors have really tried to draw this out, right? Things that we understand, right? So we know a lot about vulnerability, and we know that vulnerability is not a natural process. This is something that is created, and hence something that can also be addressed. But we see here, we know that a lot of this vulnerability, and I think we've already heard it can be very structural. And sometimes when we're talking about climate risk or adaptation, it's as if we sort of recognize that this is a place where a lot of climate risk is being produced, it's being perpetuated, but yet when we start talking about solutions, sometimes we don't come back to that aspect. And so I think while the science is very clear that this is driving so much of the challenges with climate risk increasingly undermining adaptive capacity, right? So really coming back here to synergies on development. Most of the report doesn't come back to development. It starts to talk about adaptation. And here, that can start to feel a little incomplete. And I think especially when you sort of start, we look at the global evidence, and we can point to some strong solutions for adaptation. We know that regions are not global, and we also know that the SIDS, while represented in the report as a region, are also not a region. And that solutions, when sort of understood through some of those synthetic lenses, they can actually seem very maladaptive to those whose governments may be looking at these reports and then trying to implement based on that evidence. And I think that this is where some of the calls to climate justice can also be reflected through the research lens. So the IPCC reports make it very clear that inclusion and participatory approaches are really key towards successful adaptation. Yet a lot of the evidence that we're synthesizing does not reflect enough of the priorities of the most vulnerable. The research is still largely concentrated in global north settings. And so this sort of, as I said, presents another injustice within the system of what we have in terms of our knowledge base. So here, I think that we're really highlighting the need for solutions in two directions. I think the first is much stronger recognition of co-production and indigenous and local knowledges as data, as evidence itself. So a lot of the evidence that we draw upon, again, that sort of global north research evidence, is exactly that fails to provide the knowledge base that's needed. And yet that knowledge is available. And so moving towards more co-production to improving how that evidence comes in, I think, is a major priority. I think second to that, though, is also another issue around inclusion, and that's an issue of representation. And I think here the scientific community itself has some reflexivity and some need to think about where the knowledge base is coming from. And so representation by scientists from SIDS becomes really critical because we're not just talking about technocratic solutions, we're talking about values, and we're talking about context. And so I think here the IPCC and AR7 has made a substantial effort to improve representation, but looking at how that will be recognized in some of the solutions that can be provided, I think is still a work in progress. So I'm going to stop my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And indeed, the critical role of science in guiding the solutions as well, it's something that it's not questionable, at least in my view, but at the same time is challenged often. So that's an additional problem we are facing. Junichi, on your side, and the work of IGES, and as well the experience in it's resilience we are looking at, and your work also with the seeds, how this can be really enhanced. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniele. It is a great honor to join this session, and then let me start with one simple message. Seeds are not only vulnerable, seeds are already leading integrated resilience, synergies. I learned this through the development of Asia Pacific Synergy Report. This report was prepared by SCAP, UNEP, and ADB. It was financially supported by the Ministry of Environment Japan, and IGES served as a secretariat. And tomorrow morning, we will launch this report at this venue, so please join us. So this report asks one very practical question: how can we connect climate action, SDGs, nature, pollution, finance, data, and governance, not separately, but together? For seeds, this is not theory, this is survival. Let me share 3 examples from this Asia Pacific Synergy Report. First, SUPREP. In the main report governance chapter, page 109, we introduced the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environmental Program. SUPREP has 26 members and included 21 Pacific Island countries and territories. Small islands do not need small solutions. They need trusted regional platforms, shared data, collective voice, implementation support. The Pacific Environment Data Portal is one example. For seeds, data is not only technical. Data tells us where the risks are, where finance should go, who is being left behind. Second, Fiji. In the case study compendium, page 6, we introduced the Fiji WISH project. WISH means watershed, interventions for systems, health. It works with 29 communities in 5 catchments. It connects health, water, environment, and community development. It used reforestation, erosion control, sanitation, water quality monitoring, and One Health approach. This is not just a health project, not just a water project. This is community resilience. It protects people, reefs, fisheries, and livelihoods. Third, Palau. In the compendium, page 113, we introduce empowering micro SMEs and women through disaster-resilient clean energy financing in Palau. Palau faces high energy costs. It depends heavily on imported diesel. It is vulnerable to climate-induced disasters. The project established a revolving loan fund through the National Development Bank of Palau. It supports solar PV, inverters, and battery storage. It prioritizes micro SMEs, and women-led enterprise. It reduces emission by 3,098 tons of carbon dioxide annually. But the most important point is not only carbon dioxide. This is energy resilient, business continuity, women's empowerment, and disaster preparedness. From these three examples, I learned one thing: for seeds, synergies are not about adding complexity. They are about connecting what must work together. Energy must connect with health. Health must connect with water. Water must connect with ecosystems. Finance must connect with local businesses. Data must connect with people. And climate justice must connect with implementation. IGS should not bring a ready-made model. We should listen, learn, and work together. And we should help turn local practice into policy, finance, data, and implementation. Let me close. For seeds, energy resilience is not only about electricity. It is about hospitals, schools, systems, and livelihoods. It is about dignity and justice. Japan itself is also a large island country. That is why we would like to learn more from seeds and work together with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Junichi, and sharing experience from the report as well. We're looking forward to tomorrow. So I think I was a bit optimistic in thinking of doing 2 rounds. It's already 3:07. So I think we can have a 1 minute each for a key message, final takeaway from each of the panelists. And I'll keep you, Minister, as last, so you can have the final word. And then we'll close on time. So, Robelita, you start.
Again, as mentioned, we're not just talking about transition, but really climate justice. And one of the big causes of indigenous peoples is on direct partnership and direct access to financing. And this relates to also transforming the current financial architecture to make sure that climate financing is accessible for indigenous peoples, but also accountable. There's mutual accountability between the one who's providing the funding and who's receiving the funding. And just to also say that indigenous peoples are not just mere beneficiaries, are not just vulnerable communities, but through our indigenous peoples' renewable energy initiatives, we are leading a just and equitable and sustainable energy transition that we hope would sustain not only this current generation, but the next generation of indigenous peoples to come. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you to you. Thank you. Elizabeth?
Yeah, thank you. So science and the synthesis of evidence needs to be fit for purpose. And addressing the key issues of those who are the most vulnerable should be a priority of the scientific community and of those who fund it. In many cases, though, we know that this information is already known. It's known by those people who live under those conditions. It's known by indigenous peoples. It's known by local communities. And that, in fact, is the challenge, is that that knowledge needs to be elevated and recognized within the scientific structures.
Thank you. Thank you to you.
Asia Pacific itself, it's a very rich of the diversity, rich of the ecosystem, nature, but the seeds, I think, seeds are most kind of rich of ecosystem and then rich of people. So we'd like to work together with seeds because from these kind of you are faced on a very critical situation, but the innovation could happen from these kind of points. So let's work together.
Thank you. Minister Sharif, to you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, when we speak about the climate justice, I think, for me, the biggest injustice is the current measure of metrics which is being used to weigh our, economic progress and put us in various baskets. I'm talking about the metrics of GDP, which is why I really support the idea of which was put by the Undersecretary General in his opening speech about using the multi-dimensional index, in counting the vulnerability to be part of, providing the assistance. Because when you just count the GDP, it really doesn't count the risk. It's more about the production. Just put a very simple example, even we might have a very similar GDP to, if you consider Florida. But then, the kind of exposure and the resilience that we have is very different. Even within the same basket of seeds, if you compare to some of the other seeds, we are very low lying, but we might have a similar GDP. It doesn't mean that, that we have to get less or the other one has to get more. So for me, the biggest message here is, we really need to revisit the measures which is used still by many of the MDBs and the financing institutions to measure the, not accounting the vulnerability when providing the assistance.
Thank you, Minister, for these final words and the urgent needs and looking at the overall financial architecture it's really a demand that is coming from so many different angles, and it's really permeating all discussions. So I think we have now no more time for further discussion. I have absolutely no intention to try to summarize all what was said. Also, I'm not able to. But I think one of the key aspects that I gather from this conversation, looking at climate justice, it's really, if we look at the international community and what the international community is doing, how this is translating in tangible support to the reality of SIDS, the reality they are facing. So I would say that how the international community altogether is responding to the emergency of SIDS is the one that is telling us how good the international community is doing in addressing this, with all the challenges, with all the different realities and the crises we are facing in the world. But that's really the litmus test of seeing how effective is international cooperation and action. So with that, thank you all and for being here, the first roundtable of the afternoon. I think there will be another one following this room, but before there is a coffee break. Exactly, and I got confirmed. So thanks again. Another applause for the panelists and the ministers here. Thank you for joining us. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There will be a coffee break until 15:45, right outside CR1. We come back to this room for block B1 on at 15:45. We're gonna put up the session, like the slide where all the sessions are taking place. See you outside and later on here at 3:45. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm pleased now to introduce the thematic roundtable B1, Water, Climate and Health for Securing Human Well-being in a Changing Climate. This session will focus on the smart management of water and freshwater ecosystems that can offer a range of impactful solutions to advance understanding of synergistic water health policies and action plans that address climate risk, mitigate climate change, and contribute to scaling up tested solutions. It's my honor to invite Ms. Lin Yang, Deputy Executive Secretary for Program of ESCAP, to deliver the opening remarks. Floor is all yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, partners, youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to open this session. Actually, I have noticed that every time we take a coffee break, we come back and just want to take a nap. And probably many participants want to take a nap, so they will come back shortly. So I think I better be brave and bringing some awakening messages. So I will try to be brave with the 3 key messages. First, climate change mitigation and adaptation intersect closely with many SDG 6 targets. Let me list a few: water supply and sanitation, water security and water use efficiency, recycling and safe wastewater management, and the protection and restoration of water-related ecosystem. This is supported by data and evidence. The second message is that across our region, the intersection of water, climate, and health is no longer a distant concern. The signals are alarming and the stakes are rising. Wetlands host the largest carbon stocks of any ecosystem on land, yet we are losing them 3 times faster than we are losing our forest. Every such loss weakens our climate defense and our health at the same time. Third, Asia Pacific is home to some of the most climate vulnerable populations in the world, yet it's also a region of immense innovation, resilience, and cooperation. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and the participants, and ladies and gentlemen, let me share 3 takeaways. Last month, ASCAP and the government of Tajikistan convened the Asia-Pacific regional preparatory meeting for the 2026 UN Water Conference in Dushanbe on May 25th. The meeting provided a platform to take stock of regional progress, challenges, and opportunities related to the 6 interactive dialogues of the 2026 UN Water Conference. The takeaways are as below. First, in relation to water for planet, participants emphasized that countries should strengthen an integrated approach. The cryosphere, rivers, wetlands, and coastal zones should be treated as an interconnected system whose components must remain sufficiently coupled through water by maintaining environmental flows and enabling sustainable water usage. Second, climate and disaster risks should be embedded across sectors, together with the shift from reactive response to proactive, impact-based forecasting and early warning system. Third, governments should strengthen and effectively enforce policies that curb pollution, safeguard water quality and biodiversity. Given the transboundary nature of these challenges, regional and multilateral cooperation is essential. Therefore, I'm looking forward to hearing more about these key issues to be discussed in the session, and I look forward to your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Young, for your opening remarks and for setting the scene. Over to you.
Now I have the great honor to moderate this session. I have the honor to invite Professor Kenzo Hiroki from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies and the coordinator of the high-level experts and the leaders panel on water and the disaster to deliver your keynote presentation. You have the floor, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Lin Yang. So I was assigned to give a speech for 7 minutes. So it's really difficult to speak everything about in 7 minutes. But it is titled Manage Water under Climate Change for Human Security and Well-being. This is the usual picture. And then I have to say that we are now going through the pessimistic scenario about the climate change. Then what will happen? But important thing is that things are happening now rather than in the future. This is glaciers of the world in the past 35 years, and then globally the thickness of the glaciers became thinner by 20 meters in the past 35 years. But the alarming thing is that melting speed is 3 times faster than 30 years back. This is a very bleak fact. Then, if you take a look at water, there was a flood in Pakistan in 2022, and 40% of the national territory was underwater. And this was because people say that this is because of the largely abnormal climate situation. If you see the graph in the center compared with the historic normal, the rainfall in the August 2022 was much, much higher. That created a havoc for the country with the deaths of over 1,700 people. Then this is the impact of global warming on water, starting from the top, increasing in evapotranspiration, air temperature rise, water temperature rise, and summer expansion of seawater. And there's the cause and the effect. Let's forget about this complicated picture like a spaghetti or Japanese soba noodle. Sorry, Lorenzo-san. And eventually, at the bottom, we'll have water quality degradation, decrease in early river runoff, temporal shifts and increase of water demand, water pollution, food poisoning, and waterborne disease, and salination of groundwater and water intake impairment, and much more. when you take a look at the situation in the field, this is the situation in the Bangladesh. Obviously, there'll be more water intruding from the sea into the inland area. This is a predicted surge and intrusion in Bangladesh compared with the former Konta. More seawater is coming inland. And that will also affect everyday life of the people, like in Vietnam. This is decrease in duration of the rice cultivation due to salinity. Because of the intrusion of the seawater into the groundwater level. The intake from the river water is getting more difficult. Because of that, instead of 2 harvests a year, many parts of the Mekong Delta, you have only 1 harvest in a year. And these risks by climate are combined with the economic and social changes already happening in many parts of the world. As you can see in this map, the red part is a climate risk, like increasing rainfall, sea level rise, uncertainty in agriculture, productivity, and so forth, combined with the blue part, like urbanization and population increase in migration, gaps between rich and poor, and so forth. So we have to take a look at it, not as an event of the climate change, but as a holistic problems and challenges of the countries and the region. Then, how alarmingly the ministers of the world are thinking about this situation. This is a global survey result to the water ministers and decision makers of the 194 countries. When we ask the question to the ministers, like what are the major risks and challenges in achieving good water management, there are 4 conspicuous top answers, that is climate change, droughts, increasing water demand, and floods. So they are all related to climate change challenges. Are there any solutions? There are many solutions if we look at them seriously. Here I mentioned only 3 things: science and technology, financing, and governance. First of all, science and technology will help us to meet the challenges. This is one example. AI, artificial intelligence, or IT, can transform water management and operation in a quick manner. On the left-hand side, you see the simulation of the 2011 Bangkok flood. As you see, there's a simulation drawn from the climate or the weather forecast. So you can see how water will be inundated in those areas. And on the right-hand side, you may see the possible solutions. This is the case of Japan. And now Japan has introduced a system to pre-discharge water from the storage of the reservoirs when finding out a flood is happening or the heavy rainfall is happening. This happens not only by a change of the technology, but also by governance changes. For example, any technology or the prediction IT-based prediction can make a mistake. So what happens if there's a mistake? We are wasting precious water for water users. The Japanese government decided to change the law so that if the mistake happens, the government will compensate to the water users, farmers for the loss. And of course, integrating grey and green infrastructure is the solution which we are trying to aim and focus in the future. As you can see here, important thing is that grey and green infrastructure has to be combined to make it the most effective. it will be quite challenging if you only use gray only or green only infrastructures. And actions have to be integrated. There are many solutions to be happening at the field level in the watershed, but those actions have to be holistically managed in the entire water cycle. Financing, there's only one picture. Climate financing by sources, instrument, targets, and sectors from the left. Blue part is the adaptation. Red part is the mitigation. And the science say that 80% of the climate change is felt through water. Compared with that, the money spent for water is only 5% of the total. You have to change this situation. Governance for the last. We have to connect disaster risk reduction, water, and climate change in a connected manner. So unfortunately, until recent years, those processes had been separated from each other. Now, water sector, including the Japanese government, is very, very serious about connecting those 4 items, the processes, into one process. In 2028, the Tajikistan government has made an announcement that they will try to create a global water framework. Then this is just a tentative idea by our colleagues, a skeleton of global water framework. There are many kinds of water framework, but important thing is that 194 member states have to make sure that this will happen in 2028, whatever framework we are going to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hiroki, for sharing this very exciting and informative presentation within 7 minutes. I think it covers a lot, and you talk about the importance of this integrated and holistic approach. You shared with us and a very interesting survey from the ministers. And also you talk about the solutions, 3 solutions, AI and technology and IT. That is very interesting because you made a very important point, and the AI and IT can be a very important tool for water management. At the same time, during the coffee break, I discussing with the minister from Tajikistan that it also, the data center has become a dramatic the water consumption part. And so how to manage in a scientific way, that is also a challenge for all of us. You talk about the finance, the means of implementation, and then you talk about the enabling environment, about the governance. Thank you so much for sharing so much with us. Now I have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Sanoy Boyzoda, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan, to deliver your special remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Excellency, Ms. Lin Yang, Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to express my sincere appreciation to ESCAP for convening this important session and for providing a valuable platform to discuss the interlinkages between water, climate, and health, 3 issues that are increasingly defining the sustainable development agenda of our time. As was by Her Excellency, today climate change is no longer a future risk. It's a present reality that increasingly affects the availability, quality, and predictability of water resources, undermines ecosystem resilience, and creates growing threats to public health, food security, and economic stability. The Republic of Tajikistan attaches particular importance to strengthening the climate-water-health nexus. For our country, water is not only a strategic natural resource, but also a fundamental prerequisite for human well-being, public health, food security, energy sustainability, and climate resilience. Over the past decades, more than 1,000 glaciers in Tajikistan have disappeared. This alarming trend affects water availability, increases the frequency of natural disasters, and threatens the livelihoods of millions of people across Central Asia and beyond. The loss of glaciers is not merely an environmental concern. It's a development challenge and a health challenge. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Tajikistan has consistently placed water and climate issues at the forefront of the international agenda. Our efforts have been guided by a simple but powerful principle. Water should unite nations rather than divide them. Over the last 20 years, Tajikistan has initiated a series of landmark resolutions adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, contributing to the formation of a comprehensive global water agenda. These initiatives have strengthened international dialogue, mobilized political commitment, and promoted practical cooperation on water-related challenges. As part of its continued efforts to advance global water cooperation, Tajikistan hosted the 4th high-level international conference on the International Decade for Action, Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028 in May 2026 under the framework of the Dushanbe Water Process. The conference brought together high-level representatives of governments, United Nations entities, international and regional organizations, financial institutions, academia, civil society, and the private sector to review progress, exchange best practices, and accelerate the implementation of global water commitments. The Dushanbe Water Process has become an important international platform for fostering dialogue, strengthening partnerships, and promoting coordinated action towards achieving Sustainable Development Goal 6 and other water-related targets of the 2030 Agenda. Distinguished participants, the interconnections between water, climate, and health require integrated responses at all levels. At the national level, Tajikistan is implementing a broad range of measures aimed at strengthening climate resilience and sustainable water management. These include the implementation of the National Water Strategy until 2040, climate adaptation initiatives, expansion of access to safe drinking water and sanitation, modernization of hydrometeorological services, enhancement of disaster risk reduction, and the promotion of integrated water resources management. Particular attention is devoted to the protection of freshwater ecosystems and mountain environments. Healthy ecosystems are indispensable for regulating water flows, preserving biodiversity, reducing disaster risks, and safeguarding public health. Investments in ecosystem restoration therefore generate multiple benefits across climate, water and health sector simultaneously. However, the scale of current challenges exceeds the capacity of any country acting alone. This is why international cooperation remains essential. We need stronger partnerships among governments, international organizations, development banks, scientific institutions, and the private sector. We need enhanced technology transfer, increased climate finance, and improved access to innovation solutions that strengthen water and climate resilience. In this regard, we welcome the growing engagement of international financial institutions and development partners in supporting integrated climate-water initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals requires us to move beyond sectoral approaches and embrace integrated solutions. Water sustainability, climate resilience, and public health are mutually reinforcing objectives that must be pursued together. As we approach the final years of the 2030 Agenda, our collective responsibility is clear: to transform commitments into action, knowledge into solutions, and partnerships into tangible results for people and ecosystems. Tajikistan remains firmly committed to advancing international cooperation, promoting water diplomacy, and supporting collective efforts aimed at preserving glaciers, protecting freshwater ecosystems, and strengthening resilience for present and future generations. Let us work together to ensure that water continues to be a source of life, cooperation, and sustainable development for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for highlighting the urgency of the water issue, as well as the importance of integrating water into the broad development agenda. And we heard loudly from you and why and how we should take a people-centered approach when we're addressing the water issue. And at the same time, we really appreciate Tajikistan's efforts and the leadership at both the international and the national level in implementing a broad range of measures aiming at strengthening climate resilience and sustainable water management. Of course, you highlighted also the importance of partnership and the cross-sectorial approach. I believe that the ensuing panel will have more time to further elaborate and deliberate on those important issues. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And now it's my honor to invite Dr. Pema Gamshaw, Director General of International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. Dr. Gamshaw, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Lin Yang, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, UNESCAPE, for convening this important and timely session, and for giving me this opportunity to give a mountain perspective. And I'll be trying to link mountains to oceans, and we are working very closely with many of the agencies present here, with ADB, with UNEP, with the Ocean Policy Research Institute of Japan, and so many others. The Hindu Kush Himalayan, often called the water towers of Asia, contains the largest volume of ice outside the polar regions and feeds 10 major river systems that support nearly 2 billion people, including those living downstream. Yet, this remarkable region is also among the most climate vulnerable places on Earth. It's warming at twice the global average, placing immense pressure on glaciers, rivers, and ecosystems and communities. Water lies at the heart of this challenge. It links climate ecosystems, economies, livelihoods, and health. And because rivers cross borders and climate hazards do not stop at national boundaries, the water challenge of the HKH are inherently transboundary in nature. For more than 4 decades, ICIMOD has worked with its 8 regional member countries to advance climate resilience, transboundary water governance, and sustainable mountain development. Our experience shows that no country can address these challenges alone. Shared risks require shared solutions. Today, several trends are reshaping the future of water security and human well-being in the HKH. Let me elaborate on 7 of the most obvious ones, and I actually endorse whatever Professor Kenzo Hiroki and the Honorable Minister has earlier spoken already. First, the glaciers are melting at an alarming rate. According to ICIMOD's latest glacier outlook, and I would like to show these publications later, the HKH are losing ice at nearly twice the rate observed since 2000. Between 1990 and 2020, total glaciated area in the HKH decreased by 12%, ranging from 2 to 33%. In terms of thickness, this is not merely, in terms of thickness, some glaciers have lost up to 27 meters since 1975. As you have already heard, this is not merely an environmental concern. It directly affects water availability, increases disaster risk, and threatens the livelihoods of millions who depend on mountain water resources. Second, globes are becoming more frequent and intense. In the early 2000s, a glacial lake outburst floods or GLOF might happen once every 5 to 10 years. Yet, between May and July 2025 alone, we have experienced GLOF events across the region. Nepal's Limi Valley, Afghanistan's Andorab Valley, Pakistan's Chitral and Hunza regions, and China-Nepal border in Rasua. Third, precipitation is becoming more erratic, both in form and in timing. With warming, snow is increasingly being replaced by rainfall at lower parts and mid-hills, mid-elevations of the high mountains, reducing the seasonal snow reserves, which is crucial for downstream runoff during the dry and early summer months. In recent years, snow persistence have fallen to record low levels and has remained below normal for 4 consecutive years. At the same time, the monsoon is becoming less predictable, with long dry spells followed by short, intense rainfall, triggering flash floods, landslides, debris flow, and other hazards. Fourth, springs and wetlands are drying up. Across the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, springs, the traditional source of drinking water for communities, are drying up rapidly. In India's Himalaya alone, nearly 50% of the springs have been reported to have dried up, and many more are at various stages of drying up. This trend is also seen in Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Pakistan, where some communities are already moving out due to lack of water to meet even basic needs. Fifth, groundwater is rapidly depleting in the surrounding areas. Groundwater depletion is reported across the region and becoming critical in many areas. In Nepal, Kathmandu Valley is facing difficulty in extracting water from depths exceeding 40 feet from shallow wells that once struck water at 20 feet. In West Bengal, India, some areas have seen a groundwater level drip of about 1 to 2 meters annually. Ore extraction for drinking and irrigation, haphazard construction, etc. are the main causes of depletion. Sixth, haphazard human settlements infrastructure development. Rapid urbanization and expansion along the banks of rivers and streams exposes people and infrastructure to floods on the one hand, while on the other hand leads to drying up and contamination of water. Additionally, unplanned and haphazard construction of roads and other infrastructure destabilizes slopes and disrupts aquifers and their recharge functions. 7, increasing water related impacts on human health, livelihood, and well-being. Floods contaminate drinking water sources and increase the risk of waterborne diseases. Rising temperatures and prolonged heat waves are driving more heat-related illnesses. And as is often the case, the greatest burden falls on the most vulnerable, women, children, the elderly, the disabled, and poorer communities. The water-climate health nexus is therefore not a future concern. It is a present and growing reality, and HKH is on the front line. At ICIMOD, we recognize that solutions must be as interconnected as the challenges themselves. Our work spans the entire source to downstream continuum, from glaciers and snowfields in the high mountains to communities and river basins downstream. Upstream, we are strengthening regional cryosphere observation and monitoring systems for glaciers, snow, and permafrost. By standardizing monitoring approaches and filling critical data gaps, we are helping countries better understand, appreciate, and acknowledge how climate change is affecting water resources. Through our annual HK Snow update, I would like to show this document to you. We provide governments and local authorities with evidence to support water use planning, risk management, and informed decision making. Midstream, we are helping governments and key sectors anticipate seasonal conditions and prepare for potential flood risk well before the monsoon rivers by producing annual monsoon outlook. And again, if you are interested, you can refer to this publication here. At the community level, we support community-based flood early warning systems and many other initiatives. These systems provide timely information that enables vulnerable communities to act to protect lives and reduce flood-related health risk. In downstream areas, water security is not only about managing disasters, it's also about ensuring reliable access to water. ICIMOD supports springshed restoration and wetland conservation across mountain landscapes. These efforts help sustain drinking water supplies during dry periods, strengthen ecosystem resilience, and reduce health risk related to water scarcity and contamination. Finally, transboundary river basin management is an important concern that we work with so many other agencies. Through the Indus, Ganges, and Yarlung-Sangpo Brahmaputra river basin networks, ICIMOD facilitates dialogue, data sharing, joint assessment, and collaborative research. These platforms generate policy-relevant knowledge and strengthen the evidence needed for climate adaptation, water management, and achieving the sustainable development goals. In conclusion, I would like to say that climate change is all about dealing with the situation of either too much water or too little water. Many of the rivers in the Hindu Kush Himalayas are becoming killer rivers in summer and dead rivers in winter. And that is the challenge that we need to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pema, for giving us such a good remarks. It's very thought-provoking, I feel, and you emphasize, of course, the importance of to notice the transboundary nature of the water issue. Of course, that means we need to strengthen the regional and the international cooperation. At the same time, actually, I listened to your remarks with a very heavy heart. You highlighted all the 7, alarming signals, and I just asked myself, did we do enough for the communication to communicate all those stories and to the public audience, and for them to be aware of the urgency, knowing that it's an issue which actually about livelihoods, is an issue which about life and death. So I really feel that, and thank you for putting there. You talk about the solutions and I'm still not very much convinced by the solutions. I wonder if those solutions can really catch up with the urgency. So that is my takeaway. And I would look to Professor Kenzo. And when you show this line of the decrease, right, of the water resources, maybe next time you can share with us in how many years, and we will no longer have the water. We are competing with the many other, consumption needs, demands, and the humankind, right? So how soon we will going to address this life and death issue? So I think this is really alarming, and I thank you all for your excellent contribution and the presentation. With this said, I now turn the floor to Mr. Lorenzo Santucci, the office in charge of our Environment Division, to moderate next panel discussion. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Lynn, and apologies, our Deputy Executive Secretary is called into an urgent meeting, so if you don't mind, I will be moderating the panel. So let me invite the very distinguished panelists to join me here at the armchairs. Ms. Yoko Watanabe, Director of Nature and Environment Division in the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department of the Asian Development Bank. Ms. Dechen Sering, the Regional Director of the UN Environment Program here, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and Ms. Leonie Vass, the General Manager Sustainability of Hirda Ramani Apparel. So please, a round of applause to welcome our distinguished panelists. And so I'm very pleased that after hearing from 3 male speakers, we have all-female panel. So at least we balance out, the perspectives, from a gender balance point of view. So obviously, we heard from the distinguished speakers, at the opening, a little bit what is the situation, as Deputy Executive Secretary Lin Yang said, the very alarming situation when we talk about the interlinkages between water, climate, and health. But obviously, the theme of this global conference on synergies is about, solutions, about implementation. So we would also like to hear your perspectives on what, Multilateral Development Bank, UN agency that is leading on the environment, and the private sector is doing really to operationalize, solutions, synergistic solutions to these very complex, problems. So let me start with you, Yoko. We know ADB is investing now heavily in climate and sustainable development solutions. And given that climate change is intensifying water stress and health risk across Asia Pacific, as we just heard, could you share with us a little bit how ADB's climate financing framework is strengthening climate, water, and health interlinkages to drive, these SDG and climate change integrated solutions? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Lorenzo. And thank you very much for ESCAP for bringing us all together here and talking about synergies between water and health and also climate change. And ADB is really delighted to be here and contribute on this discussion, as Asia is one of the most impacted in climate. And of course, the water is heavily impacted, as we heard from the distinguished speakers, the dry lands and droughts in Central Asia, from the glacier melt in the Himalayas, and also in the Pacific with the sea rise, with salinization of the water. The people's health and also food security is really much impacted over the years. And so recognizing that, in that context, ADB is scaling up its climate finance, and not only climate, but I also want to emphasize that nature finance as well, as water is a key sources, and also ecosystem health is a key part of ensuring water. And to deliver these, we are really working on integrated and system-wide and high-impact solution that strengthen the water-climate health nexus. And rather than financing water and climate and health interventions separately, of course, we are really increasing the designing of the investment that deliver simultaneously the outcomes and also have a larger impact. 1 + 1 + 1 is not 3, but it can go to 5 or even more. And we're really looking for amplifying the impact by working on synergistic approach. And for doing that, we believe that the nature-based solution that enhance healthy ecosystem and working on river basin management, wetland management, and those initiatives are really critical. So for example, I just wanted to share what ADB is doing and trying to scale these investments in the region. So in Bangladesh, ADB is strengthening climate resilient water, sanitation and hygiene, the WASH initiative for displaced communities and improving sanitation and reducing contamination and protecting the highly vulnerable communities and climate health risk to be addressed. And also in Lao PDR, ADB is addressing interlinked climate water health vulnerability by strengthening the governance for primary care and also service delivery alongside community level climate resilience. So this approach is further amplified by ADB's sharpened focus on finance and climate action. And under ADB's Strategy 2030, we are targeting and committed to reach the 50% climate finance from our total annual committed finance volume by 2030. And also under the Environmental Action Plan, we have committed that over 30% of our portfolio will be also contributing to nature and environment and disaster risk management. So it's really a one ADB sort of across the board sectors and thematic groups working together to further these investments. And to do that, to deliver these integrated solutions in scale, we believe that additional sources of finance will be required, and including leveraging innovative financing such as thematic bonds and credits and blended finance are critical to cloud in the investment both from private and public sectors. And I wanted to kind of highlight one of the prime examples in ADB, the Glaciers to Farm initiative, mainly in Central Asia, which is a 3.5 billion investment that we are aiming for. And with the GCF financing, we are building climate resilience and water security and food security in glacier-dependent regions. And the 9 countries in Central Asia are facing severe glacier retreat and water cycle disruption. So we're working on an initiative to address climate risk through agriculture and water, and also health and social protection sectors through the Central Asia and West Asia region. And so these programs in scale really are the hope. And also we believe that the bankable models, as we call an outcome-based resilience initiative, will be really changing sort of the transformation that we need. So ADB is supporting governments and other stakeholders in needed policy integration and reform and capacity building. And we really look forward to working in partners with UN agency and private sector and others to scale these initiatives moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yoko, for showing how the challenges are interlinked, but also the solutions need to be interlinked, and how ADB has really changed, its portfolio. You mentioned, the targets of 50% of climate finance by 2030, but also 30% of your portfolio also to be on nature positive. But also, I think very important, you highlighted how the projects that you're financing are designed to deliver co-benefits, right? Not looking at things in isolation, but really, designing those projects and those financing instruments from the get-go to be able to deliver co-benefits. So thank you so much. Now turning to you, Dechen. So we've heard, climate change is reducing water systems, is reshaping water systems in ways that directly affect human health. Could you share how UNEP is helping and can help translate these climate, water, health, evidence into actionable policies, both at the regional but also at the national levels? And if you could also elaborate on the role of international organizations and partnership in promoting these integrated actions to support climate and SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And much of what is needed to be said has been said. We've had Professor Kenzo, we've had Dr. Pema, we've had His Excellency, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs from Tajikistan, who've talked about the importance of transboundary water, glaciers, precipitation, the glacial lake outburst floods. And Professor Kenzo's talked very interestingly about a framework for water. There's been a process ongoing currently at the UN 80, and a special work package 27 that's really looking at coordination at the global, regional, and country level. And at the heart of it is to look at these different frameworks, look at the work that's taking place on water, on climate, on nature, and really putting the coordination together. At the country level, many of you sit and you report on obligations to many, many multilateral environmental agreements. And if you look at the global goal on adaptation, it talks about health and climate. You talk about the BALM, there's a health action plan, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, the nationally determined contributions. So I think there's a lot of opportunities in the global, regional, and country level processes for synergies, as Professor Kenzo said. But at the heart of it, our region, you look at mitigation, we have to focus on mitigation because we're talking about an overshoot of temperature. And if we don't address mitigation, you start to look at the impacts on climate. You look at, rainfalls. I mean, we looked at Pakistan. It was considered monsoon rains on steroids. But if you looked at the impacts of floods in Pakistan, it was inundated agricultural land. It was elevated tollways. It was how we did the infrastructure, and we didn't let the river Indus flow in the natural way. So mitigation continues and must continue to be a priority for this region. And when we talk about water and transboundary, you're talking about bringing in synergies and looking at the pre-COP that will take place in Fiji. We'll look at ocean and water. And I think there's an opportunity that we do much better at connecting the issues. The opportunity to do valuation, the work on the economics of ecosystem and biodiversity, and how we value will of course affect processes at the national level, and the importance of bringing in national planning, budgeting, and not treating this separately. Dr. Pema talked about infrastructure. Very few of the nationally determined contributions of countries talk about buildings and infrastructure. And we're talking about major impacts in terms of habitat fragmentation. Yoko talked about nature-based solutions, and we talk about flood protection in cities, wetlands, but all of it is small scale. It's not at scale. We're not doing the planning, the budgeting in an integrated way. And many of the solutions, we have UNEP is doing 50 by 50. We're looking at restoration cities. So we need to link better. We need to scale better. A lot of the solutions are there. The work of the early warning continues to be important because when we talk about water and climate, we're talking about the need for early warning infrastructure. And addressing climate change, the Lancet report talks about a good opportunity to tackle health is through climate. So Lorenzo, I think there's a lot of information that's already there. The issue is, can we have it at scale? And I know we talk a lot about accessing finance, but as I travel to different countries in the region and we have delivery rates of 5%, 7%, I'm not so convinced it's the lack of finance. I think it's a lack of cities to prioritize and address these really eminent challenges, but we have to go back to planning and budgeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dechen, for highlighting quite a few aspects that are really necessary. On top of the financing that obviously Yoko was highlighting. The importance of the economic valuation, of ecosystem services, but also integrated planning. The need also to integrate, climate mitigation and adaptation into infrastructure design. So thank you so much. And also you highlighted very well, I think, the opportunities that we have as well, right? I mean, this year we have, we're talking about synergies, in addressing the triple planetary crisis, but also synergies in, for example, implementing different conventions, notably the Rio conventions. And I think this year we have the 3 Rio conventions being hosted by member states in Asia Pacific. So I think also this region has, the opportunity to show leadership in that level of integration that is really needed, on the ground. So thank you so much. Now moving to Leonie. So you've, from your experience, in leading really sustainability strategies and efforts across many countries, including, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, in the apparel and the textile industry. Could you share a little bit how can businesses align, investments and actions with these climate resilience and synergistic approaches that we're talking about, and also, specifically, in the context of decarbonization technologies, circular economy solutions, but also water stewardship. That can, deliver, also in terms of achieving the SDGs. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank Escape for having me today for this great discussion. I'm representing Sri Lanka and also I'm representing the private sector. So I think when it comes to the climate resilient investment and the water resilient investment, as a private sector companies, we have a lot of opportunities to contribute on these areas. So let me first mainly focus on how we can, align with water resilience investment. So basically, the first what we can do is, as a businesses, moving from water management to water stewardship. Because, traditionally companies, they are looking at managing water within their premises or within their boundaries. But today, leading businesses, now they are moving beyond the boundaries, like they are moving towards water stewardship. Because, water stewardship, we know that what is water stewardship, that is not only how much water we are using, but also the condition of the watershed, the needs of surrounding communities, and also future climate risk and the health of freshwater ecosystems. So for an example, now let's say a factory, how we managing the water management. So as a factory, they can reduce the water by 30%, that is within their premises. But still, if the surrounding watershed is degraded by the climate-induced drought or a deforestation, the business, although they are reducing their own water usage, still they are face water security risk. So it's very important to understand the fact that the businesses should look beyond their operations, beyond their within, not only within their premises, they have to invest in protecting the ecosystem as well. And the next point I just want to highlight is that investing in water efficiency and circular water systems. So basically, we can, first priority, we can reduce water demand through water efficiency improvement. Because regardless of the industry, water is a critical resource for operation, whether it is, manufacturing facilities, whether it is hotels, commercial buildings, apparel, power generation, even office complexes, right? All depend on reliable water supplies. So it's very important to improve the efficiency of the water. So today, many businesses, they are mainly focusing and they are mainly investing in technologies, and they practice the improved water efficiency, such as smart water meters and real-time monitoring systems and leak detection and water efficiency equipments, and also the rainwater harvesting systems. But I believe that efficiency alone is not enough, because business must also move towards circular water management, because traditionally most businesses followed linear water management system. So we used to have take, use and discharge, but it should be circular water management system. It should be take, use, treat and reuse within our premises. So for an examples, these models can be applied, let's say for our hotels. Of course, they can treat and reuse wastewater for landscaping and also toilet flushing. And for manufacturing facilities, of course, they can use their waste treated water for cooling systems and for their utilities. And even the commercial buildings, they can use their grey water for like non-potable applications. And the third point is using data technology to build climate resilience. Because innovation is now, we have a lot of technology that were not able decades ago, right? So we have, for an examples, we have smart water meters, we have AI-based water monitoring systems, and also we have satellite-based water risk assessment. And on top of that, we have, climate scenario modeling. So what we can do is these tools, actually, the technology and the innovations, these tools as a private sector, we can use to predict the future water risk. Because then, rather than simply, responding after problem occurs, we can get what is the, the water risk. So for an example, companies can identify facilities located in the future water stress regions. And also they can prioritize the investment before disruption occurs. That is not just protecting the environment, that is what we really want for the business continuation. And on top of that, we can invest on nature-based solutions. That is very important. I think all the speakers, they have mentioned related to these nature-based solutions. Because I will get an example in Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka, in many of our drinking water supplies, and also irrigation systems, and also hydropower facilities, these are depend on healthy catchment areas. So it's very important as a businesses to protect these ecosystems, to invest to protect this ecosystem, often far more cost effective than building, additional engineering infrastructure. So it's very important for us to invest on these areas, invest biodiversity restoration, ecosystem enhancement, and, this will, support both water security and community well-being as well. Finally, the collaboration across the value chain, because we know that, no company can solve these water or climate or whatever these challenges alone. Because we know that most of our challenges are beyond our factory premises, especially when it comes to the manufacturers, it is from the upstream. So it is very important for us to collaborate with these stakeholders. So for an example, I'll get one example from the apparel industry. So we know that one of the main raw materials, cotton. Most of the Asia region, we do cotton harvesting. So cotton cultivation consumes significant amount of water. So that is, sometimes it's not our problem, but it's our upstream or our supplier's problem. And also textile mills, it requires a lot of water for the textile dyeing process. So that is once again the upstream problem. So likewise, this is the reason that we need the collaboration. So it's very important as a private sector, as a businesses, we have to collaborate with the suppliers, we have to collaborate with the government and NGOs, and most importantly, research institute. industry, academia is very important, because that is where we can get the innovations. Mostly, if we are working with the academia, we can get the solutions from them, because industries, we do have the real-time problems, but sometimes we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the research ability to solve the problems. So that is where we need the research institute or the academia to come into our place and solve these problems. So basically what I want to emphasize is that climate resilient investment should not be viewed as a cost. So that should be viewed as an investment in business continuity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think not only for sharing, obviously, very practical solutions that the businesses can deploy in terms of water saving, but also, as you said, closing the loops and towards a more circular economy. But very importantly, the importance of collaboration across the whole value chain. With different stakeholders, I think very, very important. But I think the thing that struck me the most was what you started with, right? The change in mindset, right? To really shifting from water management to water stewardship, right? And thinking really about, not only what the businesses can do within its own operations, but really looking beyond. Because if, as you said, if the ecosystems are degraded, then that's a threat, right, to the sustainability of operations, but also a threat to the livelihoods and the well-being of the communities that live in the area, but also benefit from the economic opportunities that businesses bring. And that brings me also to the importance of what the other speakers at the beginning said, the importance of really cooperation, beyond boundaries, beyond country boundaries, beyond business boundaries. So I think really important. So maybe before we open, just very briefly for one or two questions, maybe one takeaway, recommendation from each of you in terms how can we strengthen, partnerships to advance on these issues. So maybe starting with Yoko, just in 1 minute, one key recommendation takeaway.
Yes, so it's really important that first of all, we need to reduce the sector silos and really work on an integrated manner between water policies as well as climate plans and also health impacts, also on the nature-based solution type of initiative where we can bring in that benefits like watershed and river basin management together. And that requires real partnership from government and private sector, local communities and civil society, and bring that sort of different value add together. And then in order to do that, I also wanted to emphasize that for multilateral development banks and other financiers to come in, I think it's really important that we recognize the value of water and do proper natural capital accounting and also valuation so that there is a real return, because many times, these public goods are considered that not investable. But there is ways to do that, and there is tools and approaches that has been developed, and we can sort of amplify those use of tools together with partners and bring in the different sort of strength of the partners like us for the finance side and the policy side from the UN and the private sectors to have more blended finance and scale to bring in that partnership. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Dechen, your one key takeaway.
Thank you very much. We had, Tajikistan at the UN Environment Assembly had a resolution on preservation of glaciers and protection of cryosphere. And that was a really important resolution because it talked about knowledge data. ICIMOD actually recently organized what they called a second Mountain Connect. And the really focus was on integrated planning, and they had mountain the mountain countries, from the Andes to the Alps to the Himalayas to East Africa. And I think there is a need to build up these collaboration platforms, I think through the work that's already being done through the Mountain Partnership and through other partnership, because there is the knowledge. The fact is we're not sharing the evidence and we're not bringing the right stakeholders together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Leonie, again, one key takeaway on top of what you already elaborated.
Yeah. So yes, now when it comes to the national level or when it comes to the business level, we have a lot of policies. We have integrated policies. We have separate policies, especially when we are looking at separately. So like the countries have water policies, climate policies, and public health policies. The challenge is that the policies are often developed and implemented separately in a silos. But I think it should be integrated, as she mentioned, of course, and the process, the approach should be like a sector-based approach should convert into the system-based approach, because we need the collaboration, we need the everyone's opinions, and also we have to, we have to plan together, we have to, to invest together, and also we have to measure together ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I think we have 4 minutes, so that doesn't leave us with much time for Q&A. But if there's one burning question that anyone would like to ask, yes, please just briefly identify yourself and direct the question if to any of the panelists or all three.
I am Dr. Nguyen. I'm from Vietnam. I have one question for Professor Kenzo Hiroki. Now, flooding in Ho Chi Minh City, it's very hard. Normally, it's about the flooding is about 0.2 to 0.5 meter of water. In a case raining very hard, the flooding is about 1/2 meter of water. Can you advise Vietnam for decreasing flooding in Ho Chi Minh City? Thank you. Now, flooding in Ho Chi Minh City is very hard. Can you advise for Vietnam the decreasing flooding in Ho Chi Minh City? How away? Thank you.
Sensei, if you want to.
I cannot answer in 1 minute. First of all, as I said in my presentation, there's a green infrastructure and gray infrastructure. By what I have seen from the city of Ho Chi Minh, you are investing in the gray infrastructure, but it may not be enough. So probably you need to combine green and gray. That is one. The second thing, it may not be still enough, because climate change is creating a situation where the stationarity of the hydrological situation is not valid anymore, because our infrastructure designing is based on the assumption that in the past the hydrological situation happened at random, but this is not anymore the situation. You have to incorporate climate change scenario in your planning process, one. And the second thing is that by doing so, you may find out even combination of a gray and green infrastructure may not be enough. Japanese government has changed the way of doing things by asking the general public to cooperate in the case of huge disaster happens. So it is not enough for the government only to act against disasters. You have to ask general public private sectors, NGOs to all cooperate according to the scenario based on non-stationarity. If you like, we can share how Japanese government transformed their way of doing things. That's it.
Thank you so much. I'll take two questions, one over there and then one here, here in the front. I'll hear the two questions and then I'll give it over, please. And apologies for the others, but unfortunately the time is, a bit short. Please.
This is Hassan Tariq Chaudhary from Bangladesh. I am a practicing lawyer on climate litigation. I have a question to Professor Kinjo Hiroki again. In his paper, he mentioned regarding the flood situation of Bangladesh and suggested the cause is salinity and some other things. But to reduce the crisis, I think litigation is very important. When the land is upgraded because of the flow coming from the neighboring countries and not compliance with the UN laws, this also create a cause of flood in the lower riparian countries. I hope the Professor Kenjo will address on this matter too. Thank you.
Thank you. Meanwhile, can we get also the second question, please?
Yeah, Jack. Thank you. I would like to ask the three women panelists because I heard your beautiful presentation, a very nice presentation, and the three of you represent different organizations. I would like to, sorry, my name is Dewi Permatasari. I'm from Indonesia. I'm basically a practitioner for sustainability, which I develop capacity building to industries and connect that with local communities so there can be bridge between these actors in the SDGs. I would like to ask about if we are now in the 2026 already, and we are all facing the race of 2030 and also the race of 2050 for the net zero emission. And somehow this all is connected. And from three of you point of view, what if the worst case scenario happens on the 2030 or 2050, how to secure the human being and in terms of all of your each organization, I mean like in the banking sectors and then in the United Nations environment sector, United Nations Environment Organization, and also from the business sector. Thank you very much.
Maybe let me ask the panel to come first in turn, whoever wants. All three of you want to answer, and I will ask the question to go.
So the
we may need to shout a little bit, I think, because I don't know if it's 5 o'clock, and my colleagues told 5 o'clock sharp I needed to close, so my fault. But if you could raise your voice, apologies, Yoko.
No, it's working now. So thank you very much. So if I understand correctly, you were asking like, how are we going to address if we're not able to sort of reach the goals like SDGs and others by 2030 and 2050. One thing that I really can say is that we are coming together as a partner and scaling these initiatives now. And I think, the synergy approach is one really key approach that we can really amplify. I think, in the past, we were working on silos as well as, as organization trying to do it by ourselves. But I think with coming together, that we are definitely moving towards more scaling and also bringing in both private sector innovation and also finance together. I see that there is real hope to scale these initiatives, and I think there is much more thinking about our economic trajectory and economic development to really think about and also really integrate policy and actions related to nature, climate, and health issues. And I think that's a way to go, and we're here to support and work together with partners.
Thank you for the question. I think one of the problems in our community is the doom and gloom and the over information in terms of the science and data. Because if you think about it, when you talk about air pollution, and on a very pollution burdened day, children are cognitive slower, and when they do tests, they actually do worse. And if you tell a mother, and especially an Asian mother who prides themselves on the grades of a child, you link it to the child's health. Instead, we talk about source apportionment, we talk about the different PM 2.5 levels. So I'm convinced that the doom and gloom that we put forward, instead of looking at hope. When you have too much bad information, and there have been studies, you shut down. And I think we have to start to communicate differently. You have to talk about the fact. How does it affect you? How does it affect the health of your child? How does it affect food security, your livelihood? And I think we need to do a concerted effort in our community to communicate hope. And the fact is, when you talk about the overshoot and staying within 1.5 degrees, we can already see that even if there is an overshoot, it's only for a few years and emissions can come down. So I really look for us talking about where we can make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dechen. And Leonie, some reflections from your side?
Yes. So in the business perspective, of course, now let me get an example from the apparel industry. So now the environmental pollution or environmental whatever said and done is not just related to the environmental compliance, because now these the brands, the tier 1 brands, now they are into this. Actually, this is a business decision in terms of the apparel industry. So I can give you a very quick example. So last week we had a discussion with one of the largest UK brands. Now earlier they had to score their suppliers, to evaluate their suppliers. They had a scorecard. Earlier it was like most of the areas were like the commercial evaluations, like on-time delivery, the quality of the product, the price of the product. Now recently they have included the environmental impact, the climate change, how we are addressing, how the suppliers, how the manufacturers are addressing the climate change. So likewise, now it's not just it's not a compliance anymore. It's a business decision. It's a strategy. So I think as a business perspective, of course, we have to align with all these requirements. Otherwise, we won't be able to sustain.
Thank you so much. Now, Hiroki Sensei, you would like to maybe answer the question from the gentleman from Bangladesh, please?
Very short. Very short. Of course, the transboundary is the answer, but transboundary cooperation is the answer. But it is easy to say, but difficult to do. So first of all, we have to convince the leaders, president, prime ministers, that no single country is insulated from the threat of climate change. So you have to keep saying from your side to the international community, to the UN, that everybody should listen to the message. Otherwise, your neighboring country will be in a crisis. That is one. Then from where we should start? We should start from sharing information. But still, sharing information is a challenge for some neighboring countries. Then what to do? Use international organization like ICIMOD, because ICIMOD is an international organization consisting of member states, including all of your neighboring countries. Although the member states or the governments are reluctant to share information, actually the information is there in the international organization like ICIMOD. And they have
collaboration within the organization. That is a starting point to have a collaboration between expert engineers, even government officials. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Hiroki. So with that, please join me in a big round of applause to our panelists and also the speakers. And over to you, Bani, for guiding us through the closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzo Santucci, for your excellent moderation. And thank you to all the dignitaries for your insightful remarks and the valuable contribution to this session. Please join me again in a big round of applause for our distinguished speakers and our moderator. So the insights shared today will continue to ongoing efforts to advance practical, integrated solutions across Asia and the Pacific. The high-level segment 1 on recommitting to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, regaining peace, solidarity, sustainability, and prosperity will convene tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this room. Thank you. May I now request all our dignitaries to come over to the stage for a group photo. Thank you.
Please ask